A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
You? Is anybody?
There's Molly, folks. That means your friends, the Goldbergs, are here. Brought to you by Does, the new kind of soap for everything in your wash. First, let's drop in on the Dozen family. Well, look, Daisy Dozen has volunteered to do the family washing. She's standing by the tub telling Unky.
Now, Unky, I want to do this all by myself.
Well, nobody's stopping you, Daisy.
Hand me the Does, please.
Here it is.
It says right on the box, Does new type soap, quick and safe for everything in your wash.
Of course, Ma, all it does is everything. These dirty work shirts and these towels and these frilly pink things.
They're my pink rayon panties.
Oh.
Unky, dear, would you mind sorting everything out for me?
Oh, gosh, Daisy. Oh, say, I just remembered. I got to go next door.
Please, Unky, just while I pour in the Does.
Well, okay. Yeah, I'll put these white things here together.
My, those towels are dirty.
Oh, Does will get them white.
I know. Ma says she's never had whiter washes than Does does.
Yeah, white as snow.
Now, Unky, get all the nice colored things ready.
Oh, honest, Daisy, I gotta go.
Ma always says Does is safer for the pretty colors we wash.
Well, it says so right on the Does box. Say, ain't you got that Does in yet?
No, Unky, dear. Oh, don't forget Pa's work shirts and overalls.
What do you mean, don't forget them?
Gee, Pa gets his overalls dirty at that war plant. Of course, with Does, there won't be any hard scrubbing. Ma says no soap can beat Does for getting clothes clean easy.
Yep. Well, so long, Daisy.
Oh, Unky, since I'm so busy, would you just go ahead and start the washing? The Does is in. I'll turn on the machine for you.
Oh, you're sure you're not working too hard, Daisy?
Certainly not. You know, Unky, really, washing's not bad at all.
No, especially when you got me and Does doing everything. Well, now, you ladies may not have Unky to help on wash day, but you can get Does. You know, compared to other leading granulated wash day soaps, only Does gives longer life to colors, plus unsurpassed whiteness and real cleaning power for the dirtiest wartime clothes. Remember, Does does more. Why, Does does everything. And now the Goldbergs. Well, after floundering around in the maze which Florence and Anne brought to her house, Molly Goldberg feels she has her feet firmly set on a road that will lead to some light. You see, all along, Molly has suspected that Anne has been far from a good friend to Florence, mainly because Anne has consistently encouraged Florence to divorce her husband. Molly is old-fashioned enough to believe in fighting desperately to maintain a marriage which has gone on happily for nearly 15 years. And now Molly knows that Anne has been lying, especially about one thing. Molly was going to go to New York to see Florence's husband, Eugene, and Anne pretended that she didn't know that Eugene was out of town. But Molly found out that not only does Anne know that, but she knows where Eugene is as well. Why the secret? Listen.
Molly, we have to do something.
We will, David, we will, but we have to be smart.
Molly, I can't believe it.
I believe it, David. I believe it because I heard it with my own ears.
Molly, you sure then you called Eugene's office?
The girl said to me when I said, hello, is this Eugene Cronin's office? I want to speak to Mr. Cronin. She said, Mr. Cronin is out of town. And the only one that knows where he is Anne, Miss Franklin. Jay? Jay, darling, if you're going upstairs, darling, ask Florence and Anne if they want to play gin rummy. I'll get the cards and I'll fix some fruit so we can nibble. Yes, and Jay, sweetheart, darling, if you're going upstairs, bring me my sweater so I can throw it on me. And throw something on yourself, too. Yes, dear?
I will, Molly.
Go, darling, sweetheart, Angel. Go, dear.
Molly, why don't I tell Florence? Why don't you let me tell Florence that Anne said?
We can, David, we can, before Florence will know that we were going to New York, and Florence didn't want us to go to New York to speak to Eugene, darling. She didn't, dear, please. David, why don't you listen to me, darling? We have to be smart. Only one goal we have to accomplish.
Yes, what?
Eugene and Florence must not be divorced.
Why should Anne say she didn't know where Eugene is when she knew?
Is that the first lie? Is that the first lie Anne told me? She lied plenty, more than once. And there must be a good reason, David. There must be a good reason why she didn't want us to go to New York, and why she don't want us to know where Eugene is, and why she don't want to know if Florence should know where Eugene is. There must be a good reason and a big reason, David.
So what must we do, Mom?
First, David, we have to know and we have to find out where Eugene is. And secondly, we must find out why Anne is pushing the divorce. Why she wants Florence to take our house, because that's a separate domicile, and she knows legally that means the first step to a divorce. Why does she want a divorce?
And Florence is so blind.
Because she thinks Anne is her friend.
What a friend.
All right. Maybe she is. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe we don't see. Maybe we don't understand. Maybe it's too complicated. Maybe. Anne is the one that says there's another woman. So who is the other woman? What kind of a woman is she to break up a marriage that endured for 15 years and was blessed by 2 beautiful children? David, darling, we have to be smart, and you have to be smart with me. We have to find out first what we can. And the only way we can find out, darling, is with smiles, with sugar, with honey, with compliments. And not before we're sure can we say anything to Florence about Anne, because her confidence in Anne is like the Rock of Gibraltar, David, darling. Sit, David, sit. We're going to play gin rummy. And change your face and be happy.
How can I, Mom?
Sing. Let Florence see you're happy. Florence, darling, we're going to play gin rummy. There's the cards, David,
Here, Mommy.
Thank you. Sing. Come, Florence, darling. Come, dear. Sit, Florence. Papa's feeling so good.
Hilarity? I feel well.
Hilarity, David feels well. Sit, darling. Anne is not playing, she?
She's doing homework with the children.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Wonderful.
Sit, David.
What are we playing?
We're going to play gin rummy, darling, gin rummy. Sit, Florence, dear.
Yes.
Push over the chair nicely. Everybody's comfy?
Everybody is comfy.
You're comfy, darling? Thank you. Gin rummy, sit, darling. I'll tassel, huh? Tassel. I'll be the first to tassel. And, so how many cards? Each one 10, huh?
Is this the first time you're playing?
For such things, my memory is short. I'm dealing, huh? Dealing 10 to everybody. We're playing partners, playing 4 rounds. 4 rounds, huh? Yes. All right, so before a round. Pick up, everybody.
I'll take an apple, please.
An apple? Yes, darling. The green. This is beautiful. Why not? You play first, Florence. You got to put out, and then you got to take.
Yeah, put out and take.
Put out and take together the cards, David. Take together the cards. Maybe Anne wants to play. I can go up with the children.
But are you so good to Anne all of a sudden?
Why all of a sudden, Drake? At first I was mistaken a little bit about Anne.
I told you she was wonderful.
She is.
Very.
Very. Takes time. It takes time to realize. I see what she means. Everything is for your welfare, Florence. I see that. You take a card, David. After all, Florence knows Anne longer than I know Anne. Yeah. First, I thought Florence wasn't using her own head.
If Anne's head is better than Florence's head?
It's not a question of better. It's a compliment, Jake. It's a question who's better informed. Take a card, darling.
You play, Uncle Jake.
I know.
Take a card.
I got to see what I have here.
How long does Anne know where Eugene, Florence?
Longer than I do.
Oh.
They went to college together.
Oh. And you met Eugene after. You played, Jake, darling.
I did.
Oh, you did? Excuse me. Beg your pardon. Let me see. Anne was never married, huh, Florence?
No.
Mm-hmm. She never even had a fella.
I suppose she's had men interested in her.
Oh, just interested. She was never in love.
Who asked such questions?
Wait, Jake, when women get together, they ask questions. You'll be surprised.
Play if you're playing.
Oh, it's mind play, huh? Let me see if it's mind play. Let me see what I look. Did you ever met Anne's relations, Florence?
No, I didn't.
No? She talks about them.
Not much.
Are you playing?
I have to think, Jake, dear. I have to think. It's so hard to see what I have to do here when you have to break up a pair. Such a break, then everything is changed. If I break this, and it's wrong. If I buy another one, maybe it will be not right neither. I can't in life. Chance. Better to hold what you have. Maybe or take what comes. Break it up or not, that's the question. Maybe it's better to keep it.
Aunt Molly, you're not being very subtle. I want my divorce. I'm not just going to wait. I'm going to break it up.
I didn't say
You implied it. I can see it on your faces. I know what you're thinking. But what do you want me to do? What is there to do? Do you think I like this? Do you think I want it? I'm not going to run crawling to Eugene and beg him to take our marriage and make it over. I tried that. You made me try it. You, Aunt Molly, and you, Papa.
I only meant, Florence.
I know what you meant. I know what you all mean. You think the worst thing in the world is for this marriage to break up. But you don't know what the worst thing is. It was the months, the years even, of suspecting, of hoping, of doubting. There's somebody else. Do you think I can change that now in one moment by falling to my knees and begging him to come back? It's nothing I've done. It's something that's happened. It's all over.
But, Florence...
What is there to have any buts about? Where's Eugene now? No one can reach him. This is the first time in his life that he's gone away without leaving word where he can be reached. No one knows where he is, not even Anne.
How do you know?
Anne told me. Even she doesn't know.
Well, perhaps this isn't the first time that Anne has lied to Florence. And this lie is one that Molly can very easily explode when the opportunity arises. Well, sometimes we find inspiration in very surprising ways. Take Daisy Dozen's boyfriend, Donald. He said...
Oh, I get awful tired waiting for Daisy. But if those Suds can stand up till the last dish is finished, well, I guess I can stand up and wait, too.
Atta boy. You know, that's not all does. This new kind of soap does everything in the wash and has everything for dishes, too. Does makes suds that stand up till the last dish is done, cuts grease like 60, yet it's kinder to hands than any other leading granulated wash day soap. By the way those Does suds stand up, you don't have to keep adding soap. Does cuts tough grease in less than half a minute, too, yet it leaves hands soft and smooth. Better change to Does, ladies. It has everything for dishes. And friends, remember, soap contains vital war materials, so if your dealer's out of Does one day, try him the next. His supply is on its way. Meanwhile, don't waste Does. See that every bit of Does you use does more. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. Molly matches maneuvers with Anne. This is Clayton Collier speaking and reminding you to do as the dozens do. Let Does, the new kind of soap, do everything in your wash.
Good evening. This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of CaseThe, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, Thunderbolt. Night. A night of storm. A public garage in a neighborhood of deluxe apartment houses and stately city mansions. An expensive car is driven in as an alert attendant. Good evening, Dr. Foley.
Hardly a good evening, Jim. By the way, this thing will need a wash and polish before you put it away.
I can see that, sir. Pretty bad weather out.
It's filthy.
I'll get a man to run you home, Doctor.
Don't bother. I'm dressed for rain and need exercise, so I'll walk as usual.
Whatever you say, sir.
No. Good night, Jim.
Night, Dr. Foley.
Pardon me,
Huh?
sir.
Yes?
May I trouble you for a match?
Oh, certainly.
Rotten weather, isn't it?
Yes, pretty bad. Look, here's a book of matches. You can keep them.
Sure you have others?
Oh, yes. Good night.
Excuse me, aren't you Dr. Foley?
Yes?
Oh, I've seen papers in the medical journals. Do you mind if I walk with you for a short distance?
Oh, if you wish.
I shall consider it a privilege.
Are you a physician yourself?
No, it was once my ambition to become a great brain surgeon such as you are, but now I'm just a sort of jack of all trades, which means, of course, that I'm what the world calls a failure.
Well, success and failure are matters of viewpoint.
Oh, how true. A man can be as he thinks. He can rise above misfortune and live in Valhalla with the gods. The thunder. To me, that is Thor, the mighty, wielding his hammer, forging his thunderbolts to strike the mountain giants. Do I sound mad?
Well, you sound interesting, Mr.
Dawson is my name, Doctor.
Dawson?
Yes. Oh, one of the street lights is out here. Makes things quite dark.
Well, the storm probably knocked it out.
Yes, a minor thunderbolt of the storm, the feeble precursor of a greater one, a deadly one.
Deadly one?
Forged by the hammer of the son of Thor.
Here, what are you doing with that?
I'm wielding the hammer, striking down the giants, killing you!
Thor's son has cast his thunderbolt.
The murdered man is Dr. Bernard Foley, Captain Logan?
Yeah, the big brain surgeon, Miss Williams.
Tasty. Will this killing make headlines?
I'll say. That kind of headlines that'll be followed by editorial blasts against us cops.
So that means you haven't got any leads, pal.
All we've been able to learn so far is that Dr. Foley left his car in the Ardmore garage, and at 11:15, a patrolman found his dead body sprawled across the sidewalk, as you can see it now.
The spot must have been pretty dark before you cops got here with your flood lamps. I see that street light's out.
Yeah, the storm knocked it out, I guess.
Was Dr. Foley robbed, Captain?
No, we found a wallet full of dough in his hip pocket, Miss Williams. Robbery wasn't the motive for his murder.
How was he killed, then?
Well, the M.E. thinks the job was done with a small tack hammer.
What? A small tack hammer?
Yeah, the double-headed kind upholsterers use.
Hey, well, Logan, that big playwright who was killed last week, Eli Whitlock.
Yeah, his skull was crushed with a small hammer, and his body was found on a dark street near his home and on a night like this.
I know. The similarity of the Whitlock murders naturally occurred to me. But Whitlock's killer was caught red-handed robbing the body, and he's now in jail.
The guy you nabbed for that job admits he went through Whitlock's pockets, but he's consistently denied the killing, Logan. Well, I believed his story that he found Whitlock lying in that doorway and figured he was drunk.
I haven't believed it, and I don't now.
Logan, I have a hunch that you're at the beginning of a very tough case.
Is calling us.
Did I mistake our master's voice, Annie?
Casey! Williams!
We're on our way,
Here we are, fella. Here
All right, take over the desk till I come back. Now, you two come with me into the private office.
Okay.
Hey, why into the private office first?
We'll soon find out. Close that door so we can have some quiet.
All right.
Now, you two covered the Foley murder last night
Yeah?
and the Whitlock killing last week.
You know we did.
Casey, from the first, you believed the cops pulled in the wrong guy for Eli Whitlock's bump-off.
Yeah, and he was behind bars last night when Dr. Foley was killed.
I
so...
think you had the right idea. Sit down. Now, I'm going to read you a special delivery letter that just came in. Listen to this. Dear sir, last week the much overrated playwright Eli Whitlock met death. Last night, the unduly acclaimed surgeon, Dr. Bernard Foley, met death in the same identical manner. I destroyed both of these frauds.
Hey, go on, Bert. Go ahead.
And my Thunderbolt shall soon destroy others.
Thunderbolt?
Shut up and get all of this.
All right.
The writer goes on. I concern myself only with the giants.
Giants?
Yes. But I shall slay other giants. On the next night of storm, another alleged giant shall die.
Another?
This time, a colossus of commerce shall meet his doom. A dealer in money, a seller of false security. Try to prevent his death, you will be powerless. That's all. No signature, of course.
Hey, let me see that copy.
Here,
Of the letter.
hold it at the corner.
All right. Hand-printed in block letters.
You think it's on the level, Casey?
Your guess is as good as mine, kid. The writer's obviously a screwball.
Well, if the letter isn't a gag, the screwball must believe he's Thor.
Who?
The ancient god of the Norsemen. Thor. The Thunderbolt.
Don't you know anything about the classics, Casey? Thor, strongest of gods, a magic hammer.
I know. Have you gotten in touch with the cops about this letter, Bert?
If they get in touch with this paper when they get something hot, they can read about it in our next edition.
Yeah, they'd be plenty sore if you hold out and something happens.
The letter says another big man will die.
Sure. A dealer in money, a seller of false security. What does that tell you? The best protection for whoever it means is to read a copy of this letter in tomorrow's Express.
Yeah, that's true. And, of course, the threat may be strictly phony.
Anyway, the threat's made for the next night it storms.
Sure, and the weather report for tonight and tomorrow is clear as mud.
Bert.
What?
Look out the window.
Huh? Rain.
I hope, Bert, that this letter is as phony as your weather forecast.
Shall I serve you another drink before you leave, Mr. Clements?
No, thanks, Harry. I've already had more than I... Pardon me, should have, but tonight I was celebrating.
Well, you have every reason to celebrate from what you told us fellows behind the bar here.
That's right. I signed up another $1 million policy today, Harry. Another $1 million policy. I'm just what the fellows in my business say I am, the greatest life insurance salesman in the world.
Oh, I believe that, Mr. Clement. I believe it.
Gotta go home now.
Oh, I'll call the doorman and have him get a taxi for you.
No, I want to walk. Near you walk. Do me good. Night, Henry.
Good night, Mr. Clement.
Leaving, Mr. Clement? Yes, George. Thanks. Open the door for me. Yeah, feels good. Rain feels good.
Pardon me, sir.
Huh?
May I trouble you for a match?
Match? Oh, sure.
Thank you. Aren't you Mr. Alan Clammert?
Well, how'd you know?
You were pointed out to me at the Underwriters' Convention several months ago as the greatest life insurance salesman in the business.
That's so.
Do you mind if I walk along with you?
Oh, come along. Glad to have your company, Mr.
Thank you. And my name is Thorson.
Casey, you and Miss Williams have a nerve showing yourselves here at headquarters today. If you read the newspapers, you must know a guy named Clammert was hammered to death last night.
We've heard about it, Lord.
And I've heard that you two knew about the letter threatening his life.
Captain.
You and your smart city editor wouldn't tell us cops about it. Oh, no, we had to see it in print. Too late.
Now, listen, pal.
Don't pal me. Get out of this office and don't
listen.
come...
Now, what would you have done if you had seen that letter? Would it have told you that a life insurance salesman was the intended victim and a particular life insurance salesman named Clammert?
And wouldn't you have been inclined, as we were, to dismiss that entire fantastic letter as a gag? Now, be reasonable, Captain Logan.
Oh, I suppose you're right. Well, now all of us know the letter wasn't just a gag.
Yeah. Burke's turned the original letter over to you. Are there any fingerprints on it?
Only yours and Mr. Burke's.
We expected that. Was the same weapon used this time?
Tack hammer, the doc thinks.
You know, Logan, there's a very obvious pattern of murder.
In its method, sure. Rainy nights, deserted streets, victims who habitually walk to their homes. All this crazy hammer swinger had to do was bust a street light on their route and wait for them in the dark.
Our street light was out last night.
Yeah, we figured it was much more than a coincidence this time, so we investigated and found a BB shot inside the broken globe.
Air gun, huh?
Or a slingshot.
This killer isn't so crazy. He plans well in advance.
But he is crazy. He clearly establishes his insanity by the absence of normal motive for his murders.
Envy, Logan.
Envy?
Mm-hmm. Pushed to abnormal lengths by failure.
You mean because the killer's a failure, he wants to destroy men who are successful?
Well, to me, that seems to be his mania.
You may be right in your theory, but it'd take my guys forever to check up on all the failures in town.
Well, I'm not a cop. This Thunderbolt screwball is your headache, Logan.
And you newspaper mugs will be handing me anything but aspirin. You make me out a dope because we pinched the wrong guy for the Whitlock job, and the public will never be told your city editor held out that letter on me. We cops didn't even have a chance.
Don't start that again, now.
Why shouldn't I? When I think of it, I start to boil and it... Come in.
Hello, Captain. I'm glad to find you and Williams here, Casey.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Burke, city editor.
Burke, you're an unpopular guy around here,
Get out, boss, while the going's good.
I don't want him to get out. I want your city editor to stay until I've told him exactly what I think of him.
Wait, Captain. Hold everything. Come down here to make amends. With another Thunderbolt letter.
Thunderbolt?
Same special delivery like the first.
Give it to me.
Yeah. What's it say? Ryder brags about keeping his promise last night and promises another murder when it rains again.
Another?
This time he's more explicit about his next victim. I think he means to kill a press photographer.
What?
Yes.
A press photographer?
You, Casey.
Burke, you're kidding.
Read that letter and see for yourself.
He isn't kidding, Miss Williams.
Oh.
Casey, this is just my headache.
The second letter from that Thunderbolt nut says he's going to kill a press photographer, Miss Williams?
It promises to kill Casey, Ethelbert.
Huh?
It doesn't promise anything of that kind. Only you, Logan, and Burke claim to see the inference in.
All right, well, let's try it out on Ethelbert.
I want to see.
Show him that photostatic copy of the letter, but don't you try to rid me now, pal.
Here, Ethelbert, read this.
Lincoln Photostat Company Incorporated.
No, Ethelbert, down here.
Oh. The next to fall by my thunderbolt shall be a very little giant.
Little giant.
Shut up, Casey. Let him read.
You can't.
He practices press photography, a minor art.
A minor art, get that.
He dabbles in a field other than his own, crime detection, in which they credit him with brilliance when the fool is merely lucky.
Yeah, now that's something.
The Thunderbolt is forged and ready and will strike on the next night of storm.
Now, I ask you, Ethelbert, as a pal, can you find anything in that bunch of drivel that could possibly apply to me?
Casey, now I'm worried about you.
What?
The guy practically draws your picture and writes your name under it. He means you.
Photography department, Casey speaking.
This is Ann Casey.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to phone you, kid. The case of sniffles you went home to nurse.
Well, I feel a little better.
That's good.
Casey, it's starting to rain and thunder.
Yeah? Well, now, so what? Now, look, I've been needled about that letter until I'm sick, too. That nut may hammer somebody to death tonight, but his threat was definitely not directed at me.
Look, you'll walk blindly into any trap that he'd lead you to, and you don't know what he looks like.
Annie, please.
Okay, but will you promise me something?
Huh? What?
Well, can't you promise me before I tell you? I don't ask very much of you.
Well, all right, I promise.
Look, drive directly to your apartment house when you finish working tonight, and leave your car parked in front of the door instead of going to the garage and walking the 2 blocks home.
And
then go upstairs and lock yourself in.
Listen, Ann.
Now, you promised, Casey.
Yeah, I've promised.
I'll phone you at 11:50. Now, be sure you're there.
Here's the old crate, Charlie. Put it away.
Want me to wash your car tonight, Mr. Casey? It'll be pretty spotty from this rain.
Who do you garage guys think I am, a millionaire? I bought a car wash from you a month ago. Huh?
Hey, you're a hard man to make money out of, Mr. Casey.
Go ahead, Charlie. Clean her up.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. On second thought,
Huh?
look, do that cleanup job tomorrow night, will you? And if Miss Williams ever asks you if I left the car here tonight, you tell her no, huh?
I ain't seen nothing of your car tonight, sir.
Right. Thank you, pal.
Thank you.
All right, Charlie. I'm heading for home.
Night, Mr. Casey.
Pardon me, sir.
Go on.
May I trouble you for a match?
Oh, I guess so, yeah.
Miserable weather, isn't it?
Yeah. Just thinking. Here's my lighter.
Thank you. Say, aren't you Mr. Casey, the famous crime photographer?
Well, I don't know about the famous part, but I'm Casey.
I thought so. You've been pointed out to me at police headquarters.
What were you doing there?
Well, nothing in a business way. I was paying a social call on a detective friend of mine, Sergeant McCloskey.
Oh, you know him? I know McCloskey.
Do you mind if I walk along with you?
Why, no.
I've long been one of your admirers, Mr. Casey.
Huh?
Little men like myself can't help but envy you giants.
Giants?
I borrowed the word from your paper's publication of those so-called Thunderbolt letters. Interesting mystery, that.
Yeah. What's your racket, Mr.
Thorson is my name.
Thorson? Thorson? I see. Streetlights out just ahead of us. Dark stretch there.
It is dark. And listen to that thunder. An inspiring phenomenon, thunder.
Yes, I've heard that, like full moonlight, it does things to some people.
Yes, to those whom the gods make mad. To the wise people of ancient times, that which we call insanity was a God-given gift. Mr. Casey, it meant freedom.
And so I've read. We're coming into that dark stretch, Mr. Thorson.
Yes, we are.
Evening, Casey.
What?
It's me, Joe McCloskey.
This is an unexpected meeting, Sergeant.
Why, yeah. Hello, Carl.
You know this guy, Sarge?
Well, I oughta. Carl Thorson and I lived in the same block for about 10 years. Hey, what are you doing so far from home, neighbor?
I've been visiting friends, Sergeant. I'm walking to the bus stop.
You know, Thorson is a great fan of yours, Casey. He's always asking me questions about you.
You know Mr. Thorson well, Sergeant.
Well, so well that if he was anyone else, I'd be putting a pinch on it right now. You know, beat cops have been reporting all streetlights out of commission since that last Thunderbolt murder, Casey. And when Captain Logan heard one was out near your apartment, he sent my partner and me right up here on the jump.
I'm glad to know that you policemen are so efficient, Sergeant.
Well, you don't know the half of it, Carl. Ever since it started to rain this evening, Casey has been shadowed.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Come out of that doorway you ducked into, Red. Everything's okay. Well, come on, Casey. I'll escort you to your apartment house, and then the other guys and me can get home. And you'll be entirely safe once you're home.
I must hurry to catch my bus, Sergeant, so if you don't mind...
No. Run along, Carl. Run along.
I'll see you later. It's been a great privilege to meet you, Mr. Casey. Good night.
Good night.
He's a nice little guy, Thorson.
Yeah, isn't he? Kept me from making an awful fool of myself, Sarge. And with that, I've handed your boss, Logan, a swell laugh. He had me tailed tonight.
Well, the captain's been worried about you, Casey. Well, now, come on. I'll walk you to your door.
Knew that phone would be ringing. Till I unlock my door. Where's the light? Hello?
Casey, where have you been? I've been ringing you ever since 11
Okay, all right. I'm only a few minutes late now, Annie. I just got home, and look at it. It's 7 minutes to 12.
Well, what delayed you?
Whole flock of cops that my pal Logan sent to nursemaid me. I suppose you put him up to it.
No, he didn't give me the satisfaction of knowing he was having you guarded, but I'm glad to hear he did. you all right, Casey?
Of course I'm all right. Now go on to bed. Get over your sniffles and let me get some sleep.
Casey, I'll never worry about you again as long as I live. Good night.
Hey, Annie. Hey. Worried. But he should have known that letter couldn't have meant me. Very little giants. Now what? Hello?
So you are safely home.
You, Logan.
McCluskey just radioed a report that all was well with you. I phoned to double-check.
Okay, now you've double-checked, wise guy, and now you know that screwball didn't have his hammer out for me. Goodbye. And that's to all of you.
Not to me.
But... Bosun.
Nice of you to leave your door open. It made things so easy. I'll close it now.
What are you...
Be very still. As you see, now I'm armed with a revolver as well as my hammer.
I see.
Sergeant McCluskey and his fellow policemen made it impossible for me to stick to pattern, as he called it, but they went away. And I came back. Wasn't it fortunate that McCluskey is a neighbor of mine? He couldn't believe that the man he sees nearly every day is not the person that she thinks.
You certainly threw me off the track.
That doesn't matter. I shall keep my promise.
Your promise?
That you shall die tonight. Gods, unlike men, are bound by their promises.
Yeah, I see. Well, of course, you know, you've got to finish me off by 12 o'clock.
And I shall.
Yeah, you've got almost 5 minutes, fella. Plenty of time.
I'll watch the time. You're thinking, Mr. Casey, that when I approach you with my hammer, you'll seize it from me, and my gun also. But I shall throw the hammer as my father Thor throws it, with the speed of lightning and unerring aim.
Yeah, but you didn't kill those other guys by throwing your hammer. You held it in your hand and you hit them many times.
There was a reason for that.
Yeah, but a guy can neither throw a hammer or fire a gun with any accuracy in the dark.
You've smashed the lamp.
Thorson, you've shot your last Thunderbolt. Now we'll turn on another light.
Headquarters.
Give me homicide. Captain Logan.
Just a minute. Homicide Bureau, Captain Logan.
Captain Logan, this is Casey. Send some cops up to my apartment to collect the Thunderbolt killer.
The Thunderbolt?
Yeah, he's sleeping on my living room rug right now. He's even crazier than I figured he'd be, Logan. When he wrote that last letter, he was referring to me.
They took Thorson to the insane asylum, huh, Miss Williams?
Yeah, he's safely tucked away in a padded cell.
Ethelbert, what do you think of a man who's so eager to get his name into the obituary column that he disregards all warnings and even breaks a solemn promise exacted for his safety?
No, I'd say that guy was a suicidal lunatic, Miss Williams. And I know just who you mean. Suicidal lunatic. That's pretty good.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Control 1 to car 59, clear code 7, KMA 394. Car 50T at Overland and Denton, traffic accident, ambulance follow-up, hit and run felony involved, code 3. All units in the vicinity, be on the lookout for black sedan, out-of-state plates, no further description. Maybe southbound on Overland. Should have heavy damage to right side of car.
This is Don Reed, a police recorder. You're riding in a detective unit. Black sedan, radio buried in glove compartment. No identification as a police car. Driving? Sergeant Ron Perkins. We're all dressed in civilian clothes. Sports suit, overcoats. This is Detective Unit 5-6 on the night watch.
At the moment, we're checking southbound traffic, looking for a hit-and-run driver. And while you're with us tonight, remember, the people you meet are not actors. You're listening just as it happens, because this is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound is authentic. Wherever Detective Unit 56 is called, you follow, as the official police recorder transcribes the investigation. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We transfer you now to Detective Unit 56, operating somewhere in the field, and to Police Recorder Don Reed.
We've checked out the southbound traffic looking for this hit-and-run suspect. So far, no luck. Here's a quick picture. Arriving at the scene of the crash. Siren clearing a path through the traffic. Two-door coupe rolled over inside, demolished. Traffic car, ambulance on the scene. Flares throwing out weird shadows. Strong smell of gasoline in the air. Man lying across the seat, bleeding profusely. Ambulance attendants administering first aid. Woman standing next to car. Police blanket around her. Eyes glazed. Obvious shock condition.
Are you all right?
Calling through the broken glass.
Don't move. Are you all right? All right. Are you all right? Did I hurt you? Look at our car.
You want to tell me what happened?
I don't know what happened. I'll tell you the truth. Look at our car.
Sit in the car a minute. Let me go.
No, we were just driving along and he hit our car.
Did you see what kind of car he had?
And I didn't see nothing. It was so quick.
Everything will be all right. They'll have you down at the hospital in a little while. Your husband's okay.
He's hurt.
Okay.
He's hurt. Come here, honey.
What's the matter, honey?
Are you all right? We're going to the hospital, baby.
What's they doing to me, honey?
Look at our car, baby.
Oh, look
at it. The guy hit us.
Husband placed on stretcher. Staring at wreckage of car. Moving him into the ambulance.
Up here.
Look at our car.
Wife up front. Ambulance disappearing in the traffic. Well, we got them on their way.
Not the only ones we got on their way. Take a look at this.
Where'd you find that?
Jamming the grill work of the car over there.
Well, what do you know? An out-of-state license plate.
Let's get this on the air.
That guy took off after clobbering that car. You figured he had it made.
Except for one thing. Left his calling card.
Fine, 6 to Control 1.
Control 1 to 5-6. Go ahead.
5-6, we have additional information on the hit-and-run felony at Overland and Denton. The suspect's license plate was dropped at the scene. We advise all of you.
Control 1 to Unit 5-8 clear. KMA 394. All units on frequency 4 stand by. Cars 50 and Detective Unit 56 at 2932 Maple. That's 2932 Maple. Woman screaming for help. Code 2. Follow 10-4.
5-6 to 1, Roger. We're rolling.
Code 2. Use the red light. Hurry up. Woman screaming for help. Our climatic conditions tonight are not exactly conducive to high-speed runs. There's a heavy fog pouring in off the ocean. Actually, we won't turn our red light on. It reflects into the fog, makes it tougher to see. Well, we're rolling in second gear now. Gives us better control. Don't have too far to go. There goes our windshield wipers on. It helps a little bit. But we're going to have to crawl all the way. Now, this call, woman screaming for help, could mean anything. It's a case of not crossing your bridges till you get there. Wait and see what happens. A couple of more blocks to go and we're in business. I'll roll this window down, maybe help a little bit.
Can you see that sign over there?
Wait a minute, I can't even make it out. Up a little more. Yeah, this is it. This maple. Well, at least we've found the street. That narrows it down. It's so foggy in here, you can't even see the houses. And here comes the black and white car from the other direction. At least I think it is. It's something with a flock of red lights on it. Well, this is it. Figure standing on the curb. Headlights of the other car silhouetting. Now our headlights. Woman caught in the crossbeams, waving. Uniformed officers, Blumenstein and Walter, hustling over with us. Woman, tiny, short-sleeved dress, trembling, tears, hair wet, stringy.
Excuse me. My husband and my mother-in-law have been drinking quite a bit. I only had one small cocktail. They've been drinking for hours now. My husband and my mother-in-law. And my mother-in-law wants to take my little girl away. Please don't let her.
She wants to take your little girl away?
Please don't let her.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to tell us the whole story from the beginning so that we can...
My husband said he was going to kill me. I only weigh 98 pounds, and he's a great big bully. He's not going to beat me up anymore.
He's not going to beat you. Is your husband here?
Husband coming out of house. Very tall. Wife. Arms around officer. Hiding.
Your wife's complaining. A little trouble in the house. You've been drinking quite a bit.
It's not true. She's a little bit nervous. She's under the doctor's care for a mental breakdown, and she imagines things are not true and I control her.
Mm-hmm. Well, now about her story about your mother take your child with her or something.
She usually keeps
that?
her because she isn't able to keep the child herself.
My mother-in-law takes her weekends. I have singing lessons every weekend and on child weekends, and she keeps her over Saturday night. But I don't want her to take her tonight because she's been drinking so much, and I'm afraid.
Well, now you told us when we came here that your husband has been drinking
too much. He has, too.
Too.
Of course he has.
But he doesn't appear to me to be too intoxicated.
He must hold his liquor very well, then. He's certainly been drinking. You threatened to kill me, and I had to run next door. I was afraid you threatened to kill me.
I did not.
You did, too.
You took all my money and leave me, you said.
I did not.
You did, too. I got a witness to it.
I did not say I was leaving you. Cross my heart and hope to die.
You're so confused.
I did not say I was leaving you.
What kind of trouble are you under the care of a doctor for?
Just because a person goes to see a psychiatrist for 5 months. As soon as I started taking singing lessons, I snapped out of it. You know that. I needed an interest in life besides just housework. Anyway, I take singing lessons, and I'm going to be a singer. I have a voice. I'm going to be a singer, and maybe he's jealous. But anyway, he's been being very mean to me lately, and tonight it started with a quarrel about dinner, that we didn't have the dinner on time, and the kids were hungry, and then it got worse and worse, and his mother's been drinking a lot. I said, your mother did. Your mother said we didn't have dinner on time. So then I said, next time, why don't you take us out to Chinatown for dinner, and then there won't be a quarrel about the dinner. And then your mother said, call a taxi. I'm leaving. I've been insulted. And so then you said, no, I won't call a taxi. So I said, if your mother feels that she's been insulted, by all means, call a taxi. Because I said I meant no insult. And I said, if you don't like the way I'm acting, I said, you don't have to stay with me. If you're going to criticize me, you don't have to stay with me.
How much has she had to drink tonight?
One small one.
Oh, you did have one.
One small one, I admit it.
You're intoxicated. You're just confused.
No, I'm not intoxicated.
Well,
you can't get intoxicated on one small one.
Maybe we go inside and talk to your mother-in-law.
If you wish to, but before you go in, I want to just tell you this. That I don't want her going up to your mother's when your mother's been drinking so much. That's the point I'm making.
You only had 2 small drinks all evening.
Darling, your mother has been drinking too much.
Is it material to you whether your mother takes her or if the baby stays here?
Well, I think the baby's safer. My mother-in-law isn't here with us, so she's so upset she might do almost anything.
I'm not upset, and I wouldn't do almost anything.
Actually, I believe your wife is deemed fit to take care of the child until she's legally ruled otherwise.
Moving up on the porch.
Oh, I believe the child's
middle-aged woman making an appearance. Hair up in curlers. Little girl bringing up the rear.
Oh, Mr. 21. How are you?
You kids want to go back inside there? That's the little girl, huh?
She's all right.
Wife ducking behind officers again. Mother-in-law, hands on hips, glaring.
No, she's been drinking.
Well, she's the one that took the first drink, and to be sociable, I drank with her.
How many, though? I only had one small one.
I had two, dear. I only had two.
I think you better have a psychiatrist examine this country.
That's
I've already been to a psychiatrist for 5 months. You know that.
I came home last night. The child making sentences about it cut her throat, and I took her out of the bathroom before she got a razor blade.
That is a lie.
That is
in the bathroom, and I came home looking for a razor blade.
I was not looking for a razor blade. You're lying.
That is true. The child
The child itself will bear it out.
That is a lie.
That is not, officer.
Okay, then let me just tell you this and see why there would be any
Well,
reason for me to cut my
I'll tell you
throat.
what. We'll let your husband decide what to do.
One other time, she ordered me out of this house when my son invited me here, and I brought some peaches for a child to eat. And she came to me and told me I was poisoning the child and for me to go home and never come back to her house. Now, that's the truth. Don't you dare deny that.
It would be better if you never came to
better if
the
I
house.
never saw you
Why do
here.
you bring that?
You invited her here and told me to bring her here, didn't you?
You know you take your mother. Don't lie about this. I didn't lie about the psychiatrist. Almost every time you go up there, you take liquor to your mother. I won't see my child sacrificed. I've seen your mother so drunk she fell down.
You tried to sacrifice.
Don't lie. Haven't I seen your mother so drunk she fell
You
down?
exaggerated to us when we came up here. You said that
No, I did not exaggerate to you.
You had me believing that your mother-in-law was stumbling drunk.
I've seen her stumbling drunk where she fell
You want
down.
to step over here for a minute, sir?
I have, and you were there.
Look, we appreciate your problem. You know we can't take sides. Your mother seems to be the main source of agitation here, and I'd suggest you take her home. Also suggest that you try to get some more treatment for your wife. If we can help, here's my card.
Okay, thank you.
Fleming, why don't you give her the word?
Wife out on porch. Husband bending down. Put his arms around her.
The baby's going to stay here.
I'm glad you did, because if you hadn't, I would have divorced you. I'm glad that you see it my way.
Yeah. I want to do anything to make you happy, Gary.
You've been married 12 years now. There's no reason why you can't be married another 12 years. No longer, is there?
He's a very smooth worker. I know him. I ought to.
Well, if you want to take care of the baby, you better go in the house and take care of the baby
Not with
while
him.
he takes his mother home. See?
When I see you and your mother drive off, I'll go in the house. Not till then. I know you. If you were a woman, you'd understand. Please take her home and don't bring her back anymore.
Husband taking off coat. Putting around wife. Has mother-in-law by the hand. Heading for car. Disappearing in the fog. Thanks a lot, Bluey. We'll see you guys later. You know, seeing all these things makes a guy wonder about getting married. Yeah, doesn't change my mind any.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. And now, back to Night Watch, as we return you to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and your official police recorder, Don Reed.
All units in the vicinity in cars 50 and 56 in 51 district at 2205 Welltone. 2205 Welltone. Prowler in the backyard now. Code 2. 501 10-4.
5-6, Roger. We're in the area. We'll approach on Welltone and check out the house from the front.
50 to 56. We're just north of that location. We'll come in through the alley.
Roger, 50.
Prowler call. Reported in the backyard. We'll take the front. Radio car will come in through the alley. This is about our third prowler call. Same general area in the past few days. Hold on. Probably of all the types of calls received, this is the most difficult to pinpoint. It's liable to turn up with anything. Stray cats trying to get into a house. Wind blowing wire against the screen. Then again, just a good old-fashioned burglar trying to break in. We're We're within a couple of blocks now. Fog is cleared. There goes off our lights. Rest the way in the dark. Checking the streets for anything out of the ordinary. There's two figures coming out of a driveway. Girl and a boy, arms around each other. Not very good burglary suspects. Street's dark. There's a porch light on the middle of the block. Probably it. Right, let's hit the number checks.
5-6, code 6 on Welltone.
5-6, 10-4.
Detective to the rear. We'll cover the front. Young woman standing on the porch, bathrobe pulled tight around her throat. Trembling.
I have to get Pete is tied to keep the puppy in. Do you want to come see you? The puppy barks. And last week, my milkman. Money was stolen from the porch. Afraid to go to bed night. I thought after they took the money last week, maybe they'd come back, thinking I'd put it out again.
Oops. Woke the dog. You're a little late, Father. Flashlight signals in the back. Nothing out there.
And I can hear footsteps. I know that it's not a cat or anything.
Yeah.
And the other night, my neighbor was telling me someone came over her wall. They just came over from the back property there. So I'm afraid to go to bed because it's no sooner than the house is dark. And it seems there's somebody out here.
Do you have your lights, did you have your lights on in the house?
Well, I always hear it after I go to bed, and all the lights are off. And I thought, well, since they took my money last week, I put the milkman's money up, that possibly they'd come back thinking I'd put it out again.
No.
But my husband's been in the hospital for 14 months, and I'm just getting scared to go to bed at night.
Well, I'll tell you what I would like to have you do in the future. First place, we'll leave word up at the desk so the cars can give you good protection down here. But next time you hear anything, don't turn any lights on. So just dial the operator and say you have an emergency, you want the Culver City Police. Mm-hmm. She'll connect you immediately. You give the man your address, tell them there's somebody in your yard right now, and then just do it without them looking in. If they can look in the house, and they see you go to the phone, or if you turn the light on, they're going to take off before we can get here. Mm-hmm. And that's the only way we'll be able to get them, if you'll just quietly notify the police and then just stay inside till we get down here.
No, sorry.
So if you'll do that, we'll have a chance to get them for you next time.
Well, I hope so, because golly, near, so my eyes are just plugging out and staying up and reading.
Well,
go on, baby.
You don't have to worry. We'll be out here to help you on it.
Oh, God. Thank you for coming down. No, you go lay down, baby. Go on. You can't come in the house.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Back to our radio unit. Control 1 calling us on the air.
5-6, code 1. 5-6, code 1.
5-6, go ahead.
1 to Detective Unit 5-6. Car 5-0 wants you to contact them. Code 2. 5-0, can you read 5-6? 5-0 to 5-6. We're in the alley directly behind you. Found a juvenile suspect hiding back here. You want to meet it?
5-6, Roger. I'll be right there.
Swinging around to get into the alley. Radio car in the rear, holding a juvenile suspect. Found hiding back there. Just a bit bumpy in here. Now, here's our main alley. Pitch dark. Radio car. Spotlight trained on uniformed officers. Young boy here in custody.
What do you got, Bill?
We were cruising through the alley back here, and we found this young fellow hiding behind the telephone pole over there. I don't know if he's got anything to do with the prowler call or not, but Sergeant Dirk's over there talking to him.
Okay, let's go over and check him out.
Suspect, 10, 11 years. Butch haircut. Hands on hips. Defiant.
I didn't do anything.
Well, why did you walk down the alley?
I always walk down the alley.
Well, you always walk down the alley.
I always walk down this one. You can ask anybody.
Why don't you walk down the streets like a normal person would?
I don't know. I just walk down the alleys.
And you're going straight home?
Yes.
Where were you before I saw you, though?
I was up there walking down.
You weren't in this yard at all?
I just walked over here, down here.
You weren't in the yard?
Yes.
You wouldn't lie to us, would you?
I'm not lying, sir.
What else have you been taken into the juvenile officer for?
Nothing.
No curfew violation?
No.
Just for entering that boy's house?
Yes.
What if this lady identified you?
Well, let her identify me. Let her have a look at me.
You still weren't around the house at all?
I still wasn't. Let her have a look at me.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
How old are you?
12.
You know, you shouldn't be out wandering up and down these alleys,
Right.
regardless of whether you use it for a regular route or not. Because you'll always be questioned if you're intercepted by the police unit.
Well, you can ask this man. I was walking down the alley and
Well,
then
let's square something away there right now. There was time enough for you to jump over that wall, run up there and hide behind a telephone pole, and then start walking back here nonchalantly.
All right, but I didn't. Let the lady look at me.
She didn't see you.
Then what do you want me for?
Because I think you were in the yard. Turn around.
Checking out the young fellow's pockets. Very determined look. Sarcastic smile. Sort of dares the officers to find out anything.
You better change your route home.
Right.
And start walking down the street.
But I always ride down
I
here
don't care what you always do down here. Stay out of the alleys. You stay out of the alleys and stay on the regular routes of travel, you won't be in any trouble. If we catch you wandering down these alleys again, you're going into the juvenile officer. And if you go in often enough, you'll go to a juvenile home. Now, understand that. You have no business walking down these back alleys or through backyards. Maybe or maybe not you weren't in this yard, but you're in this area. It makes you a likely suspect. And if there's many more such incidents, you're going to be in trouble. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Bill, can I see a minute?
Yeah.
He probably caused the prowler call. Won't be able to prove it. So I suggest if it's okay with you and Dirks that call the juvenile car and let him take him home and talk to his parents.
Okay, Bert, will do.
We'll see you later.
Meet us in the alley at the 2200 block on Welcome.
He's a nervy little guy, roaming around the alleys this time of night.
Now, some neighbor take a pot shot at him, he won't have as much nerve.
What you have just heard is real, recorded as it actually happened on The Night Watch. We switch you now back to headquarters and the desk of Police Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
The first investigation tonight involving the hit-and-run driver resulted in the suspect being taken into custody the following day when the Detective Bureau traced the license plate dropped at the scene. The maximum penalty for hit-and-run is 1 to 5 years in the state prison. The second case of the disturbance revolving around a mother-in-law resulted in the recommendation that the wife have further psychiatric treatment for nervous disorder. The final interrogation of the young boy found loitering in an alley late at night was returned home by juvenile officers and his parents advised. In the overall pattern of police work, this case will be filed away with hundreds of others, but it is important in one respect. Every person, juvenile and adult alike, reaches a series of crossroads. A wrong turn, and overnight, a potentially good citizen could be turned into a criminal. I cite, for example, the hit-and-run driver tonight. The case of the 12-year-old boy roaming alleys at 1 o'clock in the morning is a violation of curfew, an offense in itself, but a serious situation could have developed had it continued. This is one of the crossroads of which we speak. To point out what can be done to control juvenile delinquency is one of the reasons for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty on The Night Watch. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch is brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed. Night Watch is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock.
Want me to tell you what's the matter with people, Mr.
Vance. Philo Vance.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Vance. Want me to tell you what's the matter with people, mister?
Well?
They're in a hurry. Always in a hurry. Rush here, rush there. Why?
Well, some people have to be in certain places at certain times.
Yeah, but why?
Well?
Suppose everybody was late getting there. Then it wouldn't make any difference, would it, Mr.
Vance. Philo Vance.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps your logic is correct. So happens I have an appointment with the district attorney, and I'm early, so I thought I'd take your hansom through the park.
I'm glad you did. Nice to have somebody to talk to. Of course, I could talk to my horse, Sadie, and in fact, I do. But once in a while, a man likes to get an answer, eh? Isn't that right, Sadie? Huh? Right, Mr.
Smith. Edward Smith.
No, Vance, you said it was, didn't you?
Yes, but that seems such a long time ago.
Oh, yeah. See, what are you doing up at the district attorney's, Mr. Vance? You're not in trouble, are you?
Hardly. I'm a private investigator, and Mr. Markham is a friend of mine.
Oh, you say you're a private investigator, Mr.
That's right, I am.
Funny thing me driving you, then. Awful strange things been happening in this park last couple of days.
What?
Well, for the past year, rain or shine, hot or cold, an old gent and a lady about 60, 70 maybe, have been meeting on the bench just around the bend of the road.
Yes?
Well, last couple of nights, only the lady was here. Seems like she was waiting for the old gent, but he ain't showed up. Now, where do you think he is?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Some private investigator. I'll tell you something, though, mister. The last night this old gent was with the old Judy, she was crying something fierce and kind of pleading with him not to do something. Only I guess he did it anyhow on account if he ain't shown up the last couple of days.
It might have been a lover's quarrel.
Not the way he kissed her just before he left. Nah, something awful funny's going on with them two, mister. If I ever seen anybody who needed help, it was that old lady. Say, she's probably there now. What are you going to do about it? Well, let me know what happens, will you, Mr. Vance?
Yes, I will, Cabby. Hello. Something wrong?
No, nothing really.
Forgive me for speaking to you. My name is Philo Vance, and I understand you're in trouble of some sort.
No, I don't think so. Thank you just the same, sir. You're very kind, but there really isn't anything.
You are crying.
Mr. Vance, when you reach my age, there are so many things a woman can find to cry over. It's really nothing anyone can help me with.
You might tell me your name. That certainly isn't a secret you'd mind sharing.
Well, I'm Mary Davis. Miss Mary Davis.
Hello, Miss Davis.
Hello.
Now that we've met formally, do you mind if I sit here on this bench?
Oh, not at all. It'd be nice to have someone to talk to.
Oh, thank you. Miss Davis, I'm a private investigator.
Oh, really? How nice.
Apparently you don't understand.
Well, to be perfectly honest about it, I don't.
Well, when people are in trouble, I try to help them. You, for instance. I know you're in trouble. Won't you let me help?
Oh, please leave, Mr. Vance.
But why? Only a moment ago you seemed anxious for me to sit down.
Go away, please. Go far away. Leave me alone and never come back. Never.
I don't understand, Miss Davis.
I don't want you to understand. I don't want anybody to understand anything. Just go away. That's all I ask you to do. Go away.
Well, I only wanted
Mr. Vance, I'm an old woman. I love only one thing in this world, one man. And if you don't go away and go away quickly, Jason will be killed. Now will you go away?
Kind of cramped in this room. Guess you'd rather be out in the park with your girlfriend, Jason?
Well, stop tramping up and down. Give me a little peace. Peace. I've got to think.
Nothing to think about. You do like I say, you'll be able to keep those nightly meetings with your girlfriend. She's probably out on that bench waiting for you now. Don't you want to go see her?
Well, of course I do. Only you're not to talk about her. I won't let her be talked about by anyone like you. I won't. Do you hear me?
Sit down, you old buzzard. If I'd blow on you, you'd fall flat on your face. Let's get this thing down pat so we don't miss tonight. What time do you unlatch the door so I can get in?
Mr. Woods, I've been butler for the Oxford family for 20 years.
You can stay there another 20 for all I care. Nobody will suspect you. That's why I dreamt this whole idea up. You open the front door. I come in. You hand me the combination of the safe. I pick up all that cash and those jewels in the library safe. Go out before anybody knows I've been there.
Oh, I can't. I can't do it. I can't get you the combination. I can't let you in the house.
Okay, so you stay here till you decide you can. Look, I just made up my mind. You're getting out of here right now, reporting for work. You know Oxford opens the safe every night. Watch him close and get the combination, and at midnight you're coming down and unlatching the front door.
Am I?
You don't, and I'll take care of that Judy you're so in love with, that Mary Davis.
I told you never to mention her.
I'll do more than slap you and mention her if you don't do like I say. How come you never married her, Jason?
Oh, shut up. Shut your mouth.
Okay, I guess that is none of my business, but money and jewels are my business. You're going to do as I say about that door on the safe, so that at midnight tonight, business is going to be very, very good.
Come on, Jane. Hand me that screwdriver we brought. This safe will be open in 5 minutes.
Billy, we shouldn't.
Just like a dame. What do you mean we shouldn't? This money is ours, isn't it? Uncle Dick keeps it in the safe and won't give it to us, will he? That money belongs to us, and we're going to get it.
Yes, I know it's ours, but I can't help it. I was brave enough up until now, but doing something like this, I just can't.
Come on.
What was that?
What was what?
Somebody's coming. Listen. He's passing the library. It was the butler, Jason. I thought you told me he was sick.
He must have come back tonight. He didn't see us.
Wonder where he's going.
Shh.
All right. Come on in.
He's letting somebody come into the house.
Yeah.
Come on, Billy. I don't want to be caught. Let's get out of here.
You're old, Vance, only please, no double sixes. I have enough trouble beating you at backgammon without you getting lucky, too.
All right, Markham, no double sixes. Here we go. Oh.
4 and an ace.
Well, I think I'll make a board point. There. Your play, Markham.
Yes, I know. Now, let's see. What points would I like to throw?
The dice won't be able to hear even after you decide.
Well, you can't be too sure. They're my dice, you know. By the way, Vance, what delayed you tonight?
An incident in the park with a charming old lady. It's still bothering me, by the way. I wish she'd have let me help her.
I imagine by this time, so does she. Well, I think I'd like a 6-5 combination. I get it. I can close up a point on my home board. Here we are. 6-5. Well, Vance.
Well, wait until the district attorney hears about the district attorney and his crooked dice. You know,
Excuse me, Vance.
Oh, surely.
Hello?
Mr. Markham?
Yes?
Rogers at headquarters.
Yes?
There's been a murder at 42 Johnson Street.
What?
A man named Oxford lives there alone. He's been killed. The butler's missing and the safe's been robbed.
Right, Rogers. I'll be down there right away with Philo Vance. No, Rogers, never mind. Philo Vance and I will go into the murder room alone. It was the master bedroom, wasn't it?
Right, D.A. Nothing's been touched except the body's been removed.
Good enough. Coming, Vance?
Of course.
Well, it seems to be an open and shut case, Vance. The downstairs door wasn't forced, the windows hadn't been jimmied, and the butler's disappeared. Apparently, he got tired of working for a living, strangled his employer, and departed.
Apparently. Do you have a file on him, Markham?
Rogers checked. We know his name, Jason Masters.
Mm-hmm.
But he's never been in trouble, and apparently he's worked here for quite a while.
I see. Anything else I should know?
Only that the dead man had a niece and nephew, Jane and Billy Reed. They're his heirs. Would you want to see them?
I might as well. Apparently our murderer has covered his tracks pretty well. Perhaps Jane and Billy Reed might lead to a clue.
I'm going to tell the police, Billy. I'm going to tell them.
Oh, you are you?
Yes.
And are you also going to tell them what we were doing in the library at the time? Are you?
Yes, I'll tell them that. I'll tell them anything. We needed our money, so I agreed to help you get it from Uncle Dick's safe. But we know who killed him. We've got to tell.
Do we?
Yes.
Oh, fine. Well, then tell me, who killed Uncle Dick?
The man Uncle Dick's butler let into the house while we were there.
And who was that?
Well, I don't know.
All we know is that we were there and that some unknown man came into the house. You've got nothing to tell the police.
I haven't, but you have. You stayed behind when I ran out the back.
Jane.
Billy, did you...
Shh. That might be the police.
Oh.
Now, calm down, Janie. Come in.
Good evening. I'm Philo Vance.
Hi, I'm Bill Reed, and this is my sister, Jane. And look, Mr. Vance, if it's about Uncle Dick's death, we don't know a thing. Not a thing.
Wait a minute, that's not true.
Jane.
I don't care, it's not. Vance, you're not the police. I know about you. Please don't have us arrested. We didn't do anything.
Perhaps you'd better finish what you started to say when your brother stopped you.
Well, we were in the house when Jason the butler let a man in. We don't know who it was. I ran out.
But don't listen to her, Vance. She doesn't know what she's saying.
It's true. Find the man that Jason led into the house, and you'll find my uncle's killer, Vance.
Vance. Well, like I was saying, mister, riding through the park in my hansom cab gets to be a habit. See? You rode in it last night, you ride in it again tonight.
That's right. Let me off here, will you?
Oh, okay, but I don't know what your hurry is. People always in a hurry. Oh, city worker.
Well, here's your money. Goodbye.
Bye. Come on, City. Step on it. Come on, girl. Gotta get home, get something to eat.
Good evening, Miss Davis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Vance. I was hoping you'd come this evening. I want to tell you how sorry I am about being so rude last night.
Oh, that's all right. Has your friend made an appearance this evening?
No, but he will. Oh, I'm sure he will. It's too wonderful an evening for him not to come.
I hope he does. Well, I thought I'd stop and say hello. I was trying to work out a problem in the hansom cab just now, but the cabbie wanted to talk, so I thought I'd get out.
Oh.
I'll see you again, Miss Davis.
Good night, Mr. Vance.
Mary.
Darling, where are you?
Right here.
Oh, Jason.
I was waiting until you finished talking.
Jason, darling. Oh, it's been so long.
Many, many years, Mary. Too many. But it's not too late. Whatever time we have left, we'll spend together. We'll go away and forget.
Forget?
Yes, darling. Forget everything. Especially last night. The worst night any man ever experienced in his life.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Oxford murder case opened with the finding of the body of millionaire Richard Oxford. Vance has questioned his true heirs, Jane and Billy Reed, and has some information which he hasn't as yet disclosed to me, but feels that it pertains to the murderer. Jason, family butler to the Oxfords for many years, is missing. And the last I heard from Vance, he had decided to...
No.
Please.
No, I can't tell you anymore, Mary. Don't ask me.
But, Jason, you must. We can't start off.
Jason will tell me. Good evening again, Miss Davis.
Mr. Vance.
Mary, who is this?
My name is Philo Vance, Jason. I was hoping you'd show up here tonight. You were Mr. Oxford's butler, weren't you?
Yes, I was. But believe me...
You had nothing to do with his death, I know. And by the way, in case you think my coming here just now was coincidence, it wasn't. Miss Davis here mentioned your name the first time I saw her, the time she ordered me away.
Yes, I did. I didn't mean to, Jason. Believe me, I didn't mean to.
No, I don't imagine she did. But the fact that the Oxford butler was missing, the fact that she hadn't seen you for a few days was too much coincidence to ignore, especially as the name Jason fitted both of you. I decided to wait for you to show up. And here you are.
All right. Here I am. Now what, Vance?
Now you tell me who it was that you let into the Oxford house.
How could you know that?
It doesn't matter, Jason. Tell him. Please tell him.
All right. It was a man named Harry Woods. He threatened harm to Miss Davis here unless I did what he said.
Then he killed your employer.
Well, I don't know. When I let him in, I went to my quarters.
Do you know where I can find him?
I know where he lives. I should. I was kept there for 2 days.
Good. Give me the address, and Mr. Markham and I will try and get his number.
This is the place, Vance. According to the address you got from Jason, this Harry Woods lives here in his house on the river.
We'll stop. It's all right if you don't arrest Jason right now, isn't it, Markham?
And as long as you know where to reach him.
I do.
Look, Vance. There's a man running for the speedboat that's moored to the dock. That's probably Woods. Come on, we've got to stop him.
We won't if he ever gets into that boat. We won't stop him, and we won't find him. Woods! Stop! Stop! A shot might do it, Markham. I think you'll find he has a record.
All right, Vance. It's the only way, I guess.
Got him in the leg. Excellent shooting, my friend. Now we can go and take him rather easily, I believe.
I'll keep my gun out, just in case. Well, that's the man who murdered Richard Oxford, Vance.
I didn't say that. I wish it were. No, Markham, we've caught a criminal. But I don't think we've caught up with Oxford's killer yet. Come in.
Mr. Vance?
Miss Davis. Well, please come in.
Thank you. Mr. Vance, I came to tell you that Jason and I are married.
Congratulations. I'm glad you did tell me.
And I came to ask a favor. He's told you all he knows about Mr. Oxford's death. Won't you let him leave town with me? We want to go away.
Well, that's really up to the police to decide.
I know, but you have influence. Wouldn't you use it, please, for us?
Well, Excuse me.
Certainly.
Philo Vance speaking.
Hello, Vance. This is Jane Reed.
Oh, yes.
I've got to talk to you. Will you come right over, please, before my brother gets here?
Of course, but what is it?
The night of the murder, I left Uncle Dick's house, but he stayed on. He knows something about Uncle Dick's death. Please, Vance, get here right away.
So Billy might know who killed Mr. Oxford, eh?
Yes, I think so. I'm sure you can get the whole story out of him.
Where is he now?
Well, he's out playing tennis at Windmere Courts, but I want you to be here when he gets home.
Well, maybe I ought to go to the Windmere Courts to see him.
No, I want to be with you when you make him tell what he knows. Come here, Vance. I'll be waiting.
Very well, Miss Reed. I'll come at once. Goodbye. Well, Miss Davis, or rather, Mrs. Jason Masters, I think maybe I'll be able to do as you ask.
Oh.
Someone who knows something about the murder of Richard Oxford is going to talk.
Oh, wonderful.
Well, it isn't wonderful yet. First, I've got to hear what he has to say.
Oh, I'll tell Jason. He'll be so happy.
Do that. I'll be in touch with you, Mrs. Masters. Before very long, I promise you.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Markham, this is Vance.
Oh, glad you called, Vance. I'm having a lot of trouble with that Harry Woods. He's wanted by the police, all right, but he insists that he had nothing to do with the killing of Mr. Oxford.
I tried to tell you that he wasn't our killer, Markham.
But he admits that he was in the house at about the time of the murder.
There were several people in the house at that time, Markham. I think I'm about to deliver the real killer to you.
Excellent, Vance. Who is he?
Not so fast, my friend. Young Billy Reed is going to do some talking. Meet me, Markham, because if Reed doesn't use his head, he's going to put his foot in it.
Hey, you're running me ragged, pal. Cut it out. Hey, let's see if you can hit that one back. Hey, you missed, friend, outside. Well, looks like my game. Now me for the showers and home. See you later, Frankie.
Okay, Billy.
So long. Yeah, sure was. Dum-dee-dee-dum-dee-dee-dum-dee-dee-dum-dee-dee-dum-dee-dee-dee.
Mr. Reed.
Oh, Jason. What are you doing out here at the courts?
I came to see you. Come over here where we won't be watched.
Well, all right. What is all this? Hey, how did you happen to know I was here?
Oh, that isn't important, Mr. Reed. I understand you know who killed Mr. Oxford.
Who told you that?
The same person that told me you were out here.
My sister? Oh, she's crazy. I don't know who killed Uncle Dick.
No, I do.
Who was it?
You're asking me to tell you? Why did your sister say what she did?
Oh, because she knows I was in the house just before the murder took place. That's why.
Oh, you were. And did you see your uncle killed?
No. No, I didn't.
You lie.
No.
You saw me kill him.
No, honest.
You were going to tell the police.
No,
now
no.
I'm going to kill you with my own hands, just like I did your uncle. With my own hands, the way I killed him. I had to kill him. He woke when I went to his room to get the combination of the safe. He saw me.
That'll be all, Jason. Get your hands off Reed.
Vance, you too, huh? I can handle you. I may look old, but I'm strong.
I'll get him.
No, you won't.
No.
And now I'll do the same to you, Vance. You heard too much. You're smart. But your neck is just as easy to choke as...
No, Jason, I don't want to have...
Hold him, Vance. We're coming.
Hurry, Margaret.
All right, fellow Daniels. Help me get this madman off.
You'll never take me.
Better use your Billy, Daniels. Go
I
ahead.
can handle 5 like you. I can...
Give him your hand.
Well, that was close, Markham.
Yes.
I don't think our young friend Billy Reed suffered much damage. No, he'll be all right. You can take Jason in, you know.
Murder?
That's right, Markham. I heard him admit he killed Mr. Oxford when he tried to strangle young Billy Reed here. But I knew it was he long before that.
Say, I've been reading about your work in the Oxford murder case, Mr.
Vance.
That's right, Vance. Yeah. Hey, I've been reading about it. You're pretty smart. Only you solved the case in too much of a hurry. Everything everybody does is in a hurry. Why?
Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time. Let's let it go at that.
Hey, tell me something.
Yes?
The papers say you knew it was this old Jason guy even before you heard him brag about it while he was choking this Billy Reed. How'd you know?
Well, that wasn't difficult. First of all, Mr. Oxford was killed in his bedroom. Why would anybody kill him there if the only motive for murder was robbery of the safe?
Oh, that's why it couldn't have been either that Billy Reed or his sister, huh?
His sister had left the house, and young Reed had no reason to go into his uncle's bedroom. All he was there for was to get into the uncle's safe, and he could have done that rather easily.
But how about this Harry Woods guy that the district attorney shot?
He was a fugitive from the police, as I suspected. But he never knew that Jason had crossed him. Apparently, Jason had given him the combination of the safe, but Woods found it empty. And the reason it was empty was because Jason had been there first. Woods had no reason to go into Oxford's bedroom. None at all.
Yeah. Well, how come Jason had a reason?
He wanted the money from Oxford's safe. Money he could get married on. Apparently, his mind went a little haywire during the past few years, and he decided to get the combination of the safe from his employer's room. He was caught, and so he strangled Mr. Oxford.
Seems to me he was taking a pretty big chance.
Not really. There was always Harry Woods to throw the blame on.
Yeah, sure there was. You know, there's one other thing I don't understand.
And that is?
Well, how this Jason all of a sudden made up his mind to kill young Billy Reed at the tennis court where you grabbed him.
He thought he had to kill Reed. You see, Jason's wife was with me when Billy Reed's sister phoned and told me her brother was in the Oxford house the night of the murder and had probably seen the murderer. I repeated this conversation to Jason's wife.
Oh, I get it now. The wife told Jason, told him Billy Reed knew who the murderer was going to talk, and that he was at the tennis court. So Jason went there, huh?
I suspected that would happen, so I called District Attorney Markham, and we were there, too. The ironic part of the whole thing was that Billy Reed actually didn't know a thing. He left the house soon after his sister did.
Well, you got this Jason called on account of he had to get money in a hurry. Had to get it in a hurry. That's what I always say about hurrying. Gotta lead you to trouble. Oh, city, birdie. Well, thanks for the inside story. Oh, this is the end of the line, Mr.
Vance. And you're welcome. It's the end of the line, my friend, and also the end of the Oxford murder case.
Calling all detectives. Shadowing is part of a detective's business. But once I had a case that involved a whole collection of shadows, all stolen. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Every once in a while, a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, gets a case that puts all the others in the dark. The little man who entered my office smiled diffidently at me.
I am Etienne Surin. I wish to consult with you, Monsieur Browning.
I waved him to a chair. Okay, Mr. Surin. What's your problem?
It is a matter of shadows, monsieur. You are acquainted with this line of work?
I nodded. I don't care much for it, but I do it when necessary. Whom do you want shadowed and why? My visitor shook his head.
It is that you misunderstand. This is the type of shadow to which I make reference.
Surin whipped a pair of scissors from his pocket, grabbed a piece of paper from my desk, and went to work. In less than a minute...
Voilà, Monsieur Browning, a shadow of yourself. I, Etienne Surin, am the silhouette artist supreme. In exactly 33 seconds, I transform a piece of lifeless black paper to your living image.
Say, that's mighty clever. But what has it to do with consulting me?
Everything, monsieur. It is that I have a stall in Webster Park, where I make the silhouette for customers and my own amusement. I have a magnificent collection of silhouettes. For 20 years I've made them. They hang on the walls of my stall. To me, they are the expression of my genius.
Okay, what about them?
Monsieur, they're all gone, or stolen. I beg of you, please find my shadows.
A fast-working silhouette artist hired me to recover his missing collection of shadow pictures. On our way to Webster Park, Surin was still talking about his art.
I do not cut merely the head picture. I do the full-length figure. A woman carrying a child, a man eating from a bag of popcorn. Yet all this is only outline work. For not even the great Surin can show details as in a drawing or painting.
Webster Park was a sort of self-enclosed Coney Island set down in a neighborhood of tenements and factories. It had the usual luck games, rides, and souvenir booths. Surin's stall was next to the bingo game concession. Sure enough, the walls of Surin's booth were bare. Come on, Surin. Let's visit your neighbors, find out if anybody saw the thief. It was a little early for the bingo tent to have any customers, so we talked to Benny Cook, the number caller.
No, I don't know nothing about the guy's paper dolls. Anyways, I've been off sick the last couple of nights, so the boss ran a concession.
Is the boss around?
Mr. Archie? Sure, he's around the grounds someplace.
Looking for the bingo tent boss, we stopped at the Guess Your Weight concession. Say, listen, I already told the cops I didn't see the guy. There's lots of creeps wearing sports jackets around here. What's so special about one with a briefcase? I turned to Surin. And what's he talking about? And why didn't you tell me you'd called in the police?
But, monsieur, I have not called the police. And as for spot jacket, the briefcase...
Saran shrugged helplessly.
I too do not know what this man talks about.
Then I got the story from the weight guesser. Last night, somebody knocked over the friendly loan joint across the street, slugged the bookkeeper. A gook makes a grab at the high sky scene, snags a piece of his plaid jacket before he counts out. When he comes to, he's got lumps, and a briefcase with $5,000 is missing from the office. Seems a couple of guys seen the heister dash into this here park and disappear into the crowd, but me, I didn't see him. I couldn't see any connection between the holdup and the theft of Saran's shadow pictures, so we went looking for Archer, the bingo game boss. Finally found him at the park cafeteria.
No, I didn't see no high sky, and I didn't see no ghost lifting Saran's pictures. I didn't see nothing. My man Benny was sick, and I was working a bingo game, and that's a full-time job, watching chiselers trying to ring extra cards in on you. Besides, I don't feel good, so do me a favor, quit bothering me.
And that was that. Saran and I went back to his empty stall.
20 years more it will take me to make another such collection so good, so better I start right now.
I watched the little man work for a while, noticed that he'd take only a passing glance at some person walking past his booth, then snip a full-length outline of the passerby in a matter of seconds. Hey, hold it a second, Saran. Would you say your collection had any real value, resale value?
The pity of it, no. Your silhouette, you value. But to tell the strictest truth, it is not art, no detail, no technique, no value.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So why would somebody risk stealing your collection unless... Wait a second. You cut these pictures of people who pass by. Suppose you cut one last night of a man in a plaid jacket who was carrying a briefcase. Suppose he knew you'd done it, figured he'd be recognized from the picture, so he stole your whole collection to hide the fact that he just wanted his own silhouette.
Vraiment, you are a man of genius. Except, I did not cut such a picture. Too bad.
Benny, the bingo number caller, came sauntering by.
What's the matter, Saran? Still mourning a bunch of paper dolls?
No, I think we've got the reason for the loss figured out. Now listen, Saran, you must have cut the hold-up man's silhouette. No other explanation makes sense. Start getting a picture of a man with a briefcase. Do it right now. You may get a muscular recall of something your mind doesn't remember.
Well, I gotta be going.
What's your hurry, Benny? Stick around. This might be interesting.
Get out of my way before I slug you. You're fixing to frame me, but I tell you I was homesick. Archer! Hey, Archer!
It wasn't Archer, the boss, who came running up, but two cops. They searched Benny, found nothing. But at his boarding house, they had better luck. They found the torn plaid sports jacket, the briefcase, though not the money. Yeah? Archer had that. He and Benny engineered the hold-up together. That's why Benny dashed into the park, passed the money to his boss.
It's no use, Monsieur Browning. I cannot do the picture. It is that some people, their faces are like mush. No individualism. I cut the picture, start to cut it, and throw it away. Many times a night I do that. And with this Benny who has the mushy pictures, it must be that I start the picture and then, eh bien, throw it away. Perhaps.
Well, it made no difference, of course, because Benny had seen Saran start the picture. Came back and stole the whole collection rather than take the time to look for his own silhouette. Then his own alarm provided the real tip-off. Like I said, when somebody acts like he's cut out for crime, he usually proves it on himself, beyond the shadow of a doubt. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Most Saturdays at this time, we spend an exciting half hour of adventure and action with America's public hero #1, Hopalong Cassidy. Well, even two-fisted cowboys take summer vacations when they can, and Hoppy is no exception. But Hopalong and Topper will be back with us riding the CBS air trails again 4 weeks from tonight, September 22nd.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end. They never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, Heir for G-String.
There's nothing really wrong with a hot summer. But if some sadist really wanted to bring out the worst in anybody, particularly me, after a steaming day, all he has to do is expose me to air conditioning. Take, for instance, the Broadview Hotel, which was on Olive Street in downtown L.A. It ground out alternating currents of cold air from what could laughingly be called the lobby. I'd revolved through the usual doors and stood squinting into the icy darkness. When my eyes leveled off again, I made my way to the elevators, sinking into the deep-piled carpeting up to my hot and cold ankles. By the time I reached room 972, I was in the first stages of a chill. Yeah, air conditioning is a marvelous invention. It guarantees the summer cold for life.
Oh, you're Mr. Marlowe?
That's right. That makes you Mr. Allman, huh?
Oh, come in.
Martin
come in.
Allman?
Come in.
Sure. Yeah, you're nothing like I'd pictured you, Mr. Allman.
Sit down, please, Mr. Marlowe. Pictured me? I don't understand.
Well, all my life I'd heard about Philadelphia lawyers. Somewhere along the line I drew up a mental 8x10 of a... Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. You just don't look the prototype.
Perhaps that's because I'm only a junior partner in the firm, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
You know, it's an odd thing about prototypes, Mr. Marlowe. They'll trick you.
Oh?
For example, I've always had the idea that men in your... Well, I'll call it a profession.
That's nice of you.
That men in your profession always wore trench coats.
Yeah, well, that's because Bogart looks so good in them.
Yes. Well, about our business together. I'll be here in Los Angeles a few days representing the firm in a number of ways, but while I'm here, I hope to locate a man by the name of Buff Ryan.
Did you say that first name was Buff?
Yes, odd name, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that's beside the point. This Buff Ryan, it seems, has inherited a small amount of money from a maiden aunt who passed away some time ago in Philadelphia.
Oh?
According to our information, my firm is executor of her estate. Mr. Ryan came west about a year ago, and until approximately 6 months ago, he could be reached at a Waring Street address in care of a C.A. Douglas. But our correspondence to him there has been returned, marked unknown at this address.
That's the last record you have on him.
Yes, that's the last. We've written to this C.A. Douglas, but received no answer from him. I've called him since I arrived in town. There's been no answer.
Well, maybe they both left town, moved away.
Well, that's possible, of course, but perhaps you'll find that out when you get to checking on Mr. Ryan.
I see. Well, I'm to find him if I can and tell him about this inheritance, huh? By the way, how much is it?
$5,000. Just about Miss Leader's entire estate.
Miss Leader sounds like a comment.
Her full name, you may want that, was Julie Leader.
Julie Leader.
I'm sorry I can't show you a picture of Mr. Ryan. I'm expecting one to be sent out to me while I'm here. Expected it this morning, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, well, maybe a description of him will do. Have you ever seen him?
No. But we were able to find out that he's slightly less than 6 feet tall, light brown hair, straight. Blue eyes, weighed about 180 pounds when he left Philadelphia a year ago. No distinguishing marks about him, according to our description. Oh, yes, and he's about 35 years old.
Well, that's pretty complete. Oh, you better let me have the last address you have on Ryan, too.
Oh, of course. Here. I've written it down for you with the phone number I've been calling.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be handling most of my business affairs right here at the hotel, Mr. Marlowe. I'll appreciate it if you'll check in occasionally. Let me know your progress.
Oh, sure. I'd be glad to.
Say around 3 o'clock this afternoon?
Okay. Tell you everything I know about then. Yeah, but then it might not be a thing.
I know your reputation, Mr. Marlowe. You'll find him, I'm sure.
Oh, don't get me wrong. If he's to be found, I'll probably find him. But I have missed, you know. Why I should want to rock the confidence of a Philadelphia lawyer, I don't know. Maybe it was because Martin Allman, for all his conservative Brooks Brothers attire, looked too much or not enough like what he was supposed to be. Maybe it was because the East Los Angeles address he'd handed me for Buff Ryan was a cinch to be 30 degrees hotter. It was, too. Waring Street was lined with gray little houses surrounded by small gray lawns dotted with straggling gray trees. The color scheme was the direct result of long years of constant neglect. I knocked a long time on the door of the C.A. Douglas residence. The porch was littered with old papers, an assortment of throwaways and leaves. The only response I got was from a scrawny cat, also gray, who leaped up on the porch rail to spit and yowl at me. I yowled back and walked off the porch in the general direction of my car. That's when I noticed a smaller, grayer house behind this one, on the same lot. And I thought I saw a curtain at the front window move slightly. The cat dogged my steps back to see.
Yeah?
Oh, pardon me, but I'm trying to locate C.A. Douglas. Does he still live in the house in front of you?
I don't know. I haven't seen Mr. Douglas in quite a while.
Oh. You think he moved away?
Maybe. I don't know. How would I know?
I don't know.
Well, look, I'm in kind of a hurry. I'm getting dressed to go to work.
How long have you lived here?
What difference does it make?
Did you ever know a guy named Buff Ryan?
Of course not.
Why, of course not. Why not just know?
Listen, I don't know hardly anybody, and I don't know you. Now it's the phone. Go away, will you please, mister?
No. No, I don't think I will, honey. She was tall, very blonde, very good to look at. A fresh blue housecoat wrapped around just the way it should. And even after I entered the spotless little living room, the faint aura of her cologne lingered on. I couldn't tell anything about the phone conversation she was having in the next room, but I could tell a lot about her by the several scantily clad pictures of her that greeted me from various points of the room. Yeah, I could tell a lot about her.
Hey, what's the idea? You just can't walk in here. Do you want me to call the police?
Not especially. I was just admiring your pictures.
So?
Yeah, you have exceptional handwriting.
You're pretty nosy, aren't you?
I particularly like this sample where it says, "For Buff, darling, my love, Blossom."
Listen, mister, I got things to do, so run along.
How long have you known Buff, honey?
You think I'm kidding about calling the cops? Well, I do it all right, only...
Only what?
Only I'm due downtown at work. Oh, honest, mister, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. You got no right to ask me questions about anything. And nothing says I got to answer.
That's right, honey. You sure don't. Now, where's Buff?
I don't know.
I'll drive you downtown and you can tell me all about it, huh?
You're driving me nowhere but out of my mind.
Now, look, I got good news for your boy. He'd want to see me.
Get out.
Okay, Blossom, okay. What time's your first show?
2 o'clock. How did you know?
Yeah, I read the papers. And occasionally I've been known to contribute to the cultural progress of Los Angeles. You know, save the burlesque houses. The pictures she'd autographed to Buff had been propped up between my sugar bowl and the salt shaker the Sunday morning before, in the theatrical section of the Sunday paper. Yeah, I didn't recognize her with a house coat on. And all the way back downtown, I reflected on the advantages of being well-read. Well, I parked in a lot on a side street to the north end of Skid Row and stopped for lunch at a newspaperman's hangout nearby. It was almost time for Blossom's first show when I felt fortified enough to walk along the street past the blank stares of the winos and the dank air of the Muscatel Missions. Blossom's flag flew above the marquee. Blossom, the flower of burlesque.
How many, please?
1, huh?
There you are, sir.
Thanks. Say, do you think I can get in to see Blossom?
I don't see how you can miss with buying the ticket and all.
No. I mean, I'd like to see her personally in a dressing room. I'd like to talk to her.
Well, I'm sure you have my permission. Whether or not you'll get Blossoms is strictly between her and her moral fiber.
You know something? You're not much help.
You know something? I don't try to be.
I'll miss you.
I'm about to pass among you with these boxes of delicious chocolate candy with the nuts inside. And don't forget with each and every purchase... I beg your pardon, sir? Yes, sir. Thank you very much. With the purchase of every box of this delicious chocolate candy with the nuts inside, our very special offer, a genuine gold watch with each and every purchase.
He wasn't going to make a killing exactly. There weren't more than 6 guys in the place. I wandered down the side aisle toward a door to one side of the stage and pushed through it. I found myself on a dark, narrow catwalk of the hallway.
The show's going to be out front, Mac. You guys can't come back here.
Well, this guy did. Where can I find Blossom?
Out front. About 10 minutes.
I'll wait for her back here, thanks.
Look, I can make myself clear if I had got
I wish you would. Your lighting system's very bad back here.
The lights out front where it counts, Mac. Come on, get out.
Take it easy, fella. This is business. I don't like being pushed.
A lot can happen you won't like if you don't get out of here.
You two, you're causing too much commotion. Now get out front where you belong.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Now, look, I don't know who you are,
Well,
but
I can clear that up for you quick, friend. I'm the manager of this theater. Now run along like he did.
Now, where can we talk? In your office?
Why should I talk to you?
Because I'm a booking agent. I want to talk to you about Blossom.
She's booked.
Okay, we'll talk about something else. Where's your office?
Hey, now look, the show's starting. We can't stay back here. Follow me.
Hey, Jerry.
You sure have a bunch of art lovers in the audience.
Sure. It's a class show. Come on, through this door. Now then, you're no booking agent, so what's on your mind?
Blossom, and what's your name?
Ballou, George Ballou. Why?
Would it mean anything to you if I told you that Buff Ryan's Aunt Julie died in Philadelphia and left him $5,000?
Wouldn't mean a thing.
Wouldn't, huh?
No.
Mm-hmm. That's funny. Because you're the first one who fit the picture.
What picture?
Slightly under 6 feet tall, light brown hair, straight, blue eyes, about 35 years old, weigh about 180.
And what are you trying to prove, that you can see me?
Maybe. So my Philadelphia message doesn't interest you, huh?
Nothing about you interests me except how you got in here in the first place.
Bought a ticket.
Then go on out and see the show.
I think I will. I also think I'll stick around and see Blossom after her performance.
I wouldn't do that. If I were you, I'd see the show and get out. I don't want any trouble around here.
I don't either. And if you see Buff before the show's over, tell him I'm out front, will you?
I said I don't want any trouble.
You're in a rut. I walked down the aisle that led backstage, the course I'd already charted. Blossom's costume was less demure than her blue housecoat. There was a school of thought surrounding me that this was more effective. Near the door, I stopped a moment in silent appreciation.
Don't look at her like that.
I didn't know I was.
You don't get any more ideas about going back to her dressing room. I ain't gonna like that.
Now, look. Go back to your seat. Live it up. Ballou said it was okay.
He wouldn't say that. He knows better.
All right, go tell him he knows better.
Yeah, I will. You stay here.
It was the same voice I met backstage the first time. The same pungent odor of muscatel. And before he'd lurched back up the aisle, I'd had a good look at a twisted face and a pair of watery blue eyes. Backstage, I waited for Blossom's act to conclude. It did. Oh!
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, love that Monday through Friday night session of Smiles. Beulah is back with Hattie McDaniel again, starring as an overgenerous, over-anxious-to-be-wed, overweight damsel holding forth over CBS Radio. Starting this Monday night, listen for Beulah and the Henderson family in a new season of delightful day-to-day doings. Beulah joins the fall parade of stars back to CBS Radio on most of these stations beginning Monday night. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, Heir for G-String.
I couldn't have been out long. About 8 bars of imagination unless I'd missed a full chorus. At some point, I was fuzzily aware of being carried sax-style somewhere. Then being dropped not too gently onto a set of the noisiest springs I'd ever heard. This music lulled me for a while, and then I heard a door slam. And my head rolled off on the floor and broke.
Come on, Marlowe. You're not dead.
Is that official?
How'd you get in here, anyway?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I hardly believe it myself.
You're not supposed to be back here.
I know. I've had that pointed out to me several times now. Yeah, and I didn't think I told you my name.
Your wallet was on the floor. I can read.
Oh, yeah, well, good for you. Who hit me, and with what size sandbag?
I don't know.
You never know anything, do you?
Listen, Mr. Marlowe, you've been barging in all day where you're not wanted.
Why didn't you tell me Buff was a wino?
Oh!
Hey, look, that's what's left of my head, huh?
I hope it hurt. I hope it hurt awful.
Well, you get your hope it did.
Hey, listen, you. I'm pretty fed up with you.
No, just how you feel, Baloo.
I told you before.
I know what you told me. You don't want any trouble. Okay. Okay, I'm going. Now, Blossom, what about Buff?
I don't
know.
know.
Never mind.
Now, don't tell me you want another ticket.
Not me, kid. I've taken the cure.
How is your moral fiber?
Like Gibraltar. You know a guy named Buff Ryan?
For free, I don't know my own mother.
You don't, huh?
Mm-mm.
See your point. Here. Here's mine. Memory getting any better?
It's clearing up a little.
Thought it would.
Well, when he ain't here, which he ain't right now, he's usually at Mother Morris's. That's for one.
Mother Morris's, huh?
Mm-hmm. Flophouse, 3 doors down. Or for 2, try Tilly's, 4 doors down. A saloon.
Thank you. Mother Morris couldn't help me, lovable old lush that she was. And a penetrating search of the 25-cent bed she sold revealed a lot of things. But no Buff Ryan. Tilly's downstairs next door didn't look very promising at first, but that was before I saw the twisted face with the watery blue eyes at the far end of the bar. Beside him, the unofficial dean and philosopher of Skid Row, J. Fenton Prentice. I started toward them, but a cordon of winos surrounded me before I could reach him.
That's him, Prentice. That's the one.
Yeah, Prentice, I'm the one. Will you call the brothers here off, make them breathe in another direction, and let me talk to Buff?
We're a close association here, Mr. Marlowe. Outsiders are not welcome.
Oh, come on, Prentice. You know me well enough.
Perhaps, Mr. Marlowe, but we know each other better, my associates and I. My young friend Buff here quite obviously does not wish to talk with you. We're merely respecting his wishes in our own way.
Oh, come on. Look, this is cockeyed. Maybe this isn't the place to say it, but you've inherited money, Buff. That's all I came to tell you.
Really?
Yeah? Who died?
Your Aunt Julie.
Don't let him say any more, Prentice. Don't let him get to me. I gotta get out of here.
If you gentlemen will restrain Mr. Marlowe...
Buff, you crazy fool! Listen to me. There's a lawyer here from Philadelphia to see you. He's at the Broadview. Will you, for heaven's sake, get in touch with him? Listen to me.
They will, son. They will.
The lawyer's name is Martin Oman, you idiot. Go see him. Let go of me, you stupid dolts. Yeah. Thanks, Prentice. Nothing. Buff was nowhere to be seen when I hit the street. Didn't matter. It was 3 o'clock. I delivered my message from Martin Allman. Buff could take it from there. Now, I may be wrong, but most guys like to inherit dough. Still, you can never tell with a wino. And Buff was, as they say, bona fide. Martin Allman was glad to see me. That was a nice change of pace. I told him all I knew. Didn't take long.
I'm afraid you've had quite a bad experience, Mr. Marlowe. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too.
Oh, by the way, this picture arrived. Special delivery from Philadelphia about an hour ago.
Oh?
Is this the reluctant chap you tracked down?
Let me see that. Oh, yeah, that's Buff, before Muscatel.
Well, you've done a fine job, Mr. Marlowe. I made your check out for you.
Thanks. So you're going to try to get in touch with Buff yourself?
Perhaps. Not personally, of course. You're certain that Waring Street address, the little house in back, should reach him?
Yeah. Or I suppose you could get in touch with him through Blossom at the Burlesque Theater.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've done all we can for now. Unfortunately, I've been called back to Philadelphia. I'm taking a plane out in an hour.
Well, what about Buff and the inheritance?
Well, now that I know he can be reached, we'll mail it to him. After all, we can't force it on him, now can we, Mr. Marlowe?
No. Doesn't look like we can. Yeah, well, he's all yours, Mr. Allman. Martin Allman seemed satisfied that we'd done our job. So I left, wishing someone would come up to me and tell me Aunt What's-Her-Name had left me 5,000 clams. When I got back to my car, I had it all figured how I'd go home and forget what Martin had called quite a bad experience. One look inside my car told me it wasn't going to work out that way at all.
You weren't as long as I thought you'd be, Mr. Marlowe.
How'd you get here from Skid Row, Prentice? Fly?
I always taxi.
How nice for you.
After you left Tilly's, I fell to thinking, Mr. Marlowe.
Quite a fall.
It occurred to me that perhaps You were telling Buff the truth all the time.
I was. It's not important now, is it?
Oh, yes. I should say it's quite important.
Really?
You mustn't be too hard on Buff, Mr. Marlowe. He's like most men on the row. He probably has his reasons for running. Running from life, perhaps. Running from himself. Or others.
Are you trying to tell me something, Prentice?
Now, that would be presumptuous of me, Mr. Marlowe. Temper justice with mercy. That much I say to you. I tell you, Buff Ryan is running. And with reason. If his reason interests you, then I suggest you set about finding out what it is.
Well, is there any reason why I should?
No. No, there isn't, but this much I do know. He has left the row. And he is running.
I saved J. Fenton Prentice's taxi fare back to what he affectionately referred to as the row. Yeah, he wouldn't have followed me if he hadn't wanted me to know something peculiar about Buff. And yet, his odd code kept him from telling me himself. I knew that code well enough to know that it had something to do with the police. Yeah, well, like I say, I'm a curious fella.
Oh, now, Phil, is this a big-time or small-time crook, this Ryan?
He's pretty small, Sergeant Mooney, if he is one.
Aliases?
No, not that I know of.
Well, we'll try Ryan just for size, huh? Buff's a crazy name.
He's a crazy guy.
We'll have to look for it in the moniker file if we don't
All right.
have it here. Hold it here. This your guy?
Where? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it. Let's see that, will you? Take it out of there.
Yeah.
Let's see, not much of a record. Suspect, armed robbery, charges dropped. Suspect, extortion, charges dropped.
I wonder why they bothered to take his picture.
I don't know. Aliases. Buff Ragland, Bob Rutledge, C.A. Douglas. Hello.
What?
Takes care of one question mark.
Does it?
Yeah, take my word for it, kid, it does. Let's see. Last question in connection with the slaying of Julie Leader, Philadelphia. Wait a minute. Aunt Julie, holy smoke. I knew I didn't like this Martin Allman. I didn't bother to check his record. I got the picture. No wonder Buff ran from me like the plague. Martin had suckered me into setting Buff up for the kill. Marlowe, the finger man, that's great. Well, I got back to the theater and practically nothing flat. Yanked Blossom practically off stage, shoved her into my car, and drove like mad to the little gray house behind the little gray house. Prentice said Buff had left Skid Row. If he wasn't on Waring Street, he might be anywhere, including dead. Martin was paying off a cab driver in front of the house. Blossom cued me to the alley entrance and back.
Please, God. Please don't let anything happen to him.
Don't crack now, honey. We'll make it in time. If you just let us in.
He's got to, Mr. Marlowe. He's my husband.
Okay. Take it easy, baby.
Stand away from him, Blossom, or I'll kill you, too.
No, Buff, no.
Now, listen, Buff, Martin's coming in the front. You can't waste time with us.
I don't believe you, Marlowe. You're part of the deal. Hey, what is this?
You should have listened to me, Buff. I'm sorry, Blossom. I had to. He's all right. He's just out. Now, listen, you got to answer that front door.
No.
Answer it. I'll be right behind the door. He won't do anything to you. Just let him come in.
But I'm afraid.
So am I. Come on.
Oh, how do you do? I was looking for a gentleman by the name of Buff Ryan. I'm an old friend of his. I understood he lived here.
Yes. Yes, he does.
Is he at home now?
Yes. Won't you come in?
Oh, thank you.
Marlowe, thank heaven.
Thank me. I got his gun.
Are you all right?
Never felt better. Go throw some water on your boy and get him in here. Maybe he'll talk now.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I will. Now.
Buff, darling, you're not hurt?
Not anymore, honey. I don't figure you, I guess, Marlowe. I thought you were on Martin's team.
I was at first. When I thought the business about you inheriting the $5,000 was legitimate. What's he got against you?
I saw too much once, about a year ago. I saw Martin kill Julie Leader. I was the only one who saw it. I knew he'd give me the same thing if he ever got the chance. He can't do that now, can he?
Not if you'll talk. When we get the law here.
Buff, why didn't you tell me?
Silly question, honey. Sure, Marlowe. Call the law. It'll be almost a pleasure to talk.
So much for that. Buff and Blossom are doing fine. Every once in a while, we sit in the third row and yell, "Down in front." Yeah, he's got a good job now. And soon they'll have enough for the traditional vine-covered respectability. Oh, by the way, he's taken to wearing Brooks Brothers-type suits. You know what? He looks just like a Philadelphia lawyer. How do you like that?
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, starring Gerald Moore, are produced and transcribed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Kathleen Height. Featured in the cast were Jack Moyles as Buff Ryan, Michael Ann Barrett as Blossom, and John Stevenson as Martin Allman, with Sidney Miller as Mr. Ballou, Norman Field as J. Fenton Prentice, Grace Leonard as Gloria B., Sergeant Mooney is played by Jack Crucian. Gerald Moore may currently be seen in the Santana production, Sirocco. The special music for Philip Marlowe is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time she was lovely and I was engaged. Engaged to help a beautiful shepherd who had a flock of trouble. We found a lost sheep and something else she didn't know she lost.
This coming Monday night, keep the evening free because the great fall parade of stars and shows back to CBS Radio will begin in earnest. Enjoy suspense moving into Monday evening, Raising the Curtain with William Holden in the leading role of a brand new spine tingler. Enjoy Lux Radio Theater's The Mudlark, starring Irene Dunn and Sir Cedric Hardwick. Enjoy the Bob Hawk Show, back in business with $3,000 to start the season's Quiz Bang fun. Yes, they're all coming back to CBS Radio this Monday night. Yours on most of these same CBS stations. Today, with the country rising to meet the challenge of aggression, the Red Cross has been asked by the government to undertake tremendous tasks. By giving generously to the Red Cross, you will help mobilize for the defense of your families, your community, and the nation. Give as much as you can today. Clarence Cassell speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington.
United States Counterspy, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
These Counterspy reports to the American people are brought to you each week at this time. Now, the case of the captured contact.
Hello? Mr. Harding? Mr. David Harding?
No, this is Mr. Harding's assistant, Harry Peters.
I am calling from Baltimore. I must speak to Mr. Harding in person. Did he not receive my letter?
Who is this, please?
I signed the letter only with the name Roland.
Just a moment.
Harding speaking.
Mr. Harding, this is Roland. You received my letter, no?
I'd like to know who you really are.
Full details I cannot give over the telephone, but I give a name, Dr. Maximo.
Dr. Maximo?
Yes. I have been in your country lecturing on bacteriology. My real purpose was something else, and now I realize I have been making a terrible mistake for years.
Yes?
I can correct it only one way, to tell everything to the United States counterspies.
Well, you're only 45 minutes by train from Washington.
Oh, no, I dare not move from this hotel room. My life.
What hotel?
The Gainsborough, room 819.
Huh?
I beg you to come, Mr. Harding. What I must tell you is of the first importance.
Well, I'll see about it, Dr. Maximo. Goodbye.
Mr. Harding... young lady, this is Mr. Jones in room 819. You have I believe it is called a house detective. Mr. Blaine is his name. I believe my life is in danger. Would you please ask him to come to my room at once?
And I say to you, comrades of this International Congress for Peace, our chief enemy in the world is America. Its ruling circles are composed of nothing but warmongers, imperialists, slaves of Wall Street, and enemies of the peace-loving democratic nations of the world.
All right, the end of the record, I guess. Be glad, Chief. What's the date on that?
July 12th, 3 years ago. Made by our Paris attaché during one of those fake peace congresses held by Iron Curtain followers in Paris.
Well, now play a bit of our phone conversation with Dr. Maximo tonight.
Yep.
Hello? Mr. Harding? Mr. David Harding?
No, this is Mr. Harding's assistant, Harry Peters.
I am calling from Baltimore. I must speak to Mr. Harding in person. Did he not receive my letter?
The same
Who
voice.
is this, please?
I signed the letter only with the name Roland.
Yes, that's the same man. Don't you think so, Peters?
Sure, it's the same fellow.
Well, here's our file jacket on him. Roland Maximo, graduate of the University of Catania in 1911 at the age of 22.
Makes him 62 now.
Became full professor of medicine specializing in bacteriology in 1919.
Right after the First World War.
Secretly joined the International Revolutionary Movement the following year.
And that's the man who's been in this country for months, lecturing from coast to coast.
On bacteriology.
Routine reports on his lectures here, Chief. They say he'd end every lecture with a plea against bacteriological warfare. In the same breath, accusing us of planning to use it. I'm amazed he got away with it, Dave.
Well, this was all before the Cold War turned hot. Well, Peters, if this man is ready, as he says, to turn against his masters in Catania, we'd better go see him.
Oh, we can still easily make Baltimore by midnight, Chief.
Well, I had the Baltimore field office send over a man meanwhile. But let's hop.
You, mind my asking, Mr. Jones, what kind of danger your life's in?
I have been threatened. Have you the time, Mr. Blaine?
It's 11:10. I oughtn't to be sitting here in your room all night. I'm a house deck. My spot's in the lobby, keeping an eye out for bookies. Bookies? A horse player and other kind of unwelcome riffraff.
Huh.
You racketeer? Some kind of hotshot?
Hotshot?
Yeah. For say, hey, maybe you're a squealer. You're going to rat on your pals and they want to knock you over.
Yes, Mr. Blaine. You might say I'm going to squeal and that my pals want to knock me over.
Hey, what's that? It's fire. There's fire in the joint.
Mr. Blaine, wait.
I say, there's fire. I gotta go see you. Hear them all yelling?
Mr. Blaine, I beg you, do not leave the room.
You wait. I'll be right back.
Mr. Blaine!
Hello, Ellery. What are you doing in the lobby? I wanted you up in room 819 with Dr. Maximo.
When I got here, Mr. Harding, the whole hotel was in an uproar. They said fire, and the fire chief wouldn't let me in, Counterspy or not.
Fire, Ellery?
8th floor. Just now they found out it was a false alarm.
False alarm. Come on, room 819. Come on, Peters, Ellery. Call the house detective, Peters.
No use. 3 bullets.
I'm Harding, Dr. Maximo. Who did this?
I did not see. Door opened. I don't know. More important, my confession. You must catch my contact. Will lead you to everything.
Your contact, yes.
Name?
Yes, his name.
George.
George what? Where?
Never told last name. Only George. Small man.
Yes, small man, but what city? Where?
Left eye.
Left eye? What about it?
Left eye.
They've silenced him for good, Mr. Harding. Yes. And we've got to find a man called George with something unusual about his left eye. One man among 150 million people.
Listen, Eddie, this is the rest of what Mama writes.
Yeah?
They came this afternoon, special delivery. Next week, your father has to be in Buffalo for a meeting of his fraternal organization. And if we could drive through Columbus, we could spend the weekend with you and Edward.
The weekend? Well, I can stand it if they can, baby. Your old man's a pretty good kegler.
Kegler?
Bowler, fancy word.
Oh. What kind of a day at the shop?
Blueprints, as usual. What's for supper?
I almost forgot. You going to be on the road again next week?
No, hon, but I've been talking with Sam about a good chance for a blueprint shop over in Cobbsville. Going to be a big industrial town. I thought we ought to open up there, get in on the ground floor.
Cobbsville? Gee, we don't know anybody there.
Well, not definite yet anyway. And anyway, what's for supper?
Salisbury steak.
You mean hamburger.
Oh, maybe that's Claire Siegel. I saw her at the market. She said maybe she and Herbert...
No, I'll brush her off.
Only do it nicely, Eddie.
Hello?
Hello, George.
Oh, yeah.
This is Arthur.
Uh-huh. Hiya.
I have just had some good news from Baltimore.
Yeah?
You won't have to move to Cobbsville. You won't have to leave Columbus. You're quite safe here.
Oh, fine.
I shall be in touch with you soon for further assignment.
Okay, Arthur.
Don't use my name. Goodbye, George.
Yeah. So long.
That wasn't Claire Siegel, was it, Ed?
Oh, no, it was, a fellow I was in touch with on this Cobbsville business, but he says forget it. How soon is that Salisbury hamburger going to be ready?
There are the lights of Washington, Chief.
Well, it's obvious, Peter. Dr. Maximo's ex-comrades found out he intended to talk to us and pulled that fake fire alarm as a cover for liquidating him. Now, the next most important man to get is this George.
With the strange left eye. How do we find George?
Well, as Dr. Maximo traveled around lecturing, posing as a friendly scientist, he must have been reporting on the progress of American research in bacteriological warfare.
Then George must have been a contact who met him from time to time on his travels.
Yeah, that's it. The moment we get back to Washington tonight, we'll lay out on a map the exact itinerary Dr. Maximo followed.
We've got the itinerary laid out, Chief.
Quick work. Get any sleep last night after we got back?
About an hour.
Lucky you.
Here's the map room, Dad. Now, each pin on the map here represents a stopping place. Now, the dates of arrival and departure for each location are on the flags.
Landed New York, August 29th.
Mm-hmm. And here's the typed-up schedule of the modes of travel that Dr. Maximo used.
Itinerary took him coast to coast and back. Stopped in 5, 10, 22 places.
All either universities or industrial towns with important research labs.
I'll tell you what, Peter. We'll prepare a directive to our field offices in these 22 localities. We want the details on everything Dr. Maximo did, everybody he saw.
in each place.
Maximo was a bacteriologist, Chief. His information was technical. Now, it follows that the contact had to know something about bacteriology. Maybe he had to make copies, microfilm, or blueprints.
Right. Well, list all bacteriologists in the country. Every research laboratory with employees present and past, even the clerical staff. Then we'll cross-check that list against the list we get of people Dr. Maximo met. Somewhere among all these people, we've got to find George.
You are listening to the case of the captured contact on Counterspy. The chimes are your invitation to a bright Sunday evening lineup over most of these same NBC stations tonight. Tallulah MCs another gala broadcast of The Big Show. The Phil Harris Alice Faye Show brings you more delightful adventures. And then Hedda Hopper presents dramatized stories of the stars. Now, back to Counterspy.
Good morning, Dr. Phillips. My name's Taylor, United States Counterspies. We're making up a national directory of all personnel in bacteriology in case of a national emergency. Now, I wonder if you'd mind helping us out.
Hello, Professor Thorne. My name's Lary, sir, United States Counterspies. I've just arrived in Locust City. I'd like to come out to the university laboratory.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zachary. Taylor, Counterspies. You've got a large technical staff here in your company laboratories, and we're making up a directory.
That's fine, Dr. Loomis. Now, if I could see your passport.
Oh, much obliged for your cooperation, Professor Marks. Just one more thing. About this man, George Racket, who worked here as a laboratory technician 3 years ago. Can we examine into him a little more, sir?
Well, there's the whole list, Mr. Harding. The names only.
Well, the facts about them?
On a card file out of my office. They're to be punched for automatic sorting.
Well, have we got the dope on which of these were actually in the area of Dr. Maximo's trip at the time he made it?
Yes, Chief. That's one of the classification symbols.
Uh-huh.
Now, the cards will be ready for the machines by early tomorrow morning, I'd say.
All right, we'll run them off then.
I'm setting the machine now, Chief.
Well, first, anybody whose first, middle, or last name is George.
Right?
And second, who were in the area of Dr. Maximo's trip?
Symbol 7.
Third, those with eye trouble, the left eye especially. All right, shoot.
Of course, even at this speed, Chief, it'll take some time. There are thousands of cards. $78 cards called out, Chief.
All right, now classify by areas and shoot them out to the agents in charge. But, Peters, the trouble is George is most likely not a real name at all, but a code name.
That's a cheery thought.
Morning, madam. My name's Taylor. I'm from the New Orleans City Directory, checking on all inhabitants. I understand you have a tenant here named George Sperry, who works for the university laboratory.
Excuse me, Mrs. T.J. George. I'm from the local civil defense organization. My name's Lary. We're looking for volunteer aircraft spotters.
All very interesting, Chief. Adding up to nothing.
Every one of those 78 have clean records?
Well, one fellow used to work at a lab in Kansas City. He turned out to be a minor embezzler from Philadelphia. Another man was an escaped convict. 2 others were aliens who entered the country illegally. 11 of them met or heard Dr. Maximo, but not one has a single questionable association.
And all of these, named George, who were in that area, had some trouble with the left eye.
Well, it kind of washes out there, Dave. Most of these people wear glasses, and most of them, the left eye is weaker than the right. One man's practically blind in his left eye, but he's 71 years old and stone deaf.
This eye business bothers me. There's a chief identifying fact that came to Dr. Maximo's mind. Peters, instead of looking for George by name and profession, let's look for him through the eyes.
Oh? You mean through oculists? Opticians, eye doctors, clinics?
Well, if a man's left eye is so noticeable, it's fair to suppose that he consults somebody about it.
This job gets bigger and bigger, Chief.
Well, incidentally, include the manufacturers of artificial eyes on that checklist.
Okay. The eyes have it.
Hiya, baby.
Hello, Ed. Tough day?
Oh, 6 of one, 6 of the other.
How about a movie tonight?
Oh, honey. I'll get it, hon.
Okay, do that, Eddie.
Yeah, hello?
George?
Yeah.
This is Adam.
Oh, hiya.
An important job for you, George. In Washington, D.C.
Oh?
A meeting. It's very dangerous, but it's necessary. I am leaving here tonight. You get a train tomorrow afternoon.
Well, when does the customer expect to see me?
Tuesday, but...
Tuesday? Well, then what's the point of my going tomorrow? I'll leave Monday.
You're supposed to take orders without question, George.
Well, you know I've got this trouble with my eye. I've got an appointment with an eye doctor Monday morning. Been trying for weeks to see him.
Well, in that case...
where'll I find you?
You have to go to the Hotel Finlay. Register under your own name. We'll meet after that. That is all.
Hotel Finlay. So long. Hon, Washington next for me. Big deal. Good morning. Name's Taylor, Counterspies. I understand you're the leading optician in Kansas City, and
Yes, Mr. Strauss, we're checking all oculists in this section. In case of national emergency, any man with medical understanding might... Oh, by the way, have you any patrons with really serious trouble in the left eye?
I know you're a busy man, Dr. Choate. I just arrived in Columbus this morning, and I understand you're the top eye man in the city.
40 years at it, young fellow.
Well, now, this is highly confidential, Dr. Choate. But have you a man patient who's a bacteriologist?
No, nothing like that.
Maybe a man who once worked in a research laboratory on bacteriology?
No, not as far as I know. Nearest thing to a lab worker on my list is Edward Stringer.
Oh?
His left eye, well, it's really strange. Muscles of the lid are so weak his left eyelid's practically closed all the time. Only he's no bacteriologist. Understands a lot about medicine, for a layman, mind you. But he's a partner in the Red Arrow Duplicating Company.
Red Arrow Duplicating?
Yes, photostats, blueprints, and so forth.
Oh. Thanks very much, Dr. Choate.
From Harding, Washington, to C.S. Taylor on assignment, Columbus. Continue check on Edward Stringer. Peters and I flying to join you.
This Edward Stringer's been married 7 years, Mr. Harding. No children. 5-room, 2-story frame house on Hawthorne Road. Age 33. Wife Alice, age 30, from Utah.
That's wonderful.
I've had no chance to get a look at Stringer, but Dr. Choate says his left eyelid is almost fully closed all the time.
Oh, anybody would remember that. Yeah. Well, go on, Taylor.
Well, Stringer and a man named Samuel E. Carpenter together own a blueprint and photostat shop, number 16 Harper Street. In business 4 years. Stringer's traveled a good deal, according to Carpenter.
Well, you didn't explain your interest, I hope.
Oh, no, sir. No, well, what I did is I arranged with the airlines here to appear as their representative.
Oh.
That way I could ask how much the partners traveled, where to, and so on.
Smart gag, Taylor.
Well, according to Carpenter, Stringer does the traveling for the pair, handles good-size orders outside the city. Sam Carpenter mentioned half a dozen cities, and every one of them was on Dr. Maximo's itinerary.
Well, does Stringer know anything about bacteriology?
Well, Carpenter said that was one of their business assets, Mr. Harding. Stringer majored in bacteriology at Hillman College. He never graduated, but kept up his interest.
I see.
You see, that makes their shop useful to firms with technical documents to be duplicated.
That's a good job, Taylor. We're getting hot, Peter. One more visit to Sam Carpenter. He'll know where Edward Stringer is, and we close in.
And now there's a new and very important assignment for you, George. Right here in Washington.
What'll it be, Arthur?
I'm soon to go home. You are to take my place as chief of contacts. Today and tomorrow, as the others arrive in Washington, they will come here to you, in one pose or another. There is only one matter.
Yeah?
That eye of yours. It is so easily remembered.
I guess so, and it drives me nuts myself. But I got a doctor back in Columbus. He says he can fix it. Take maybe 6 months, eye exercises, maybe even an operation. But
You expect anyone, George?
Maybe it's a chambermaid. I'll tell her to come back later. Oh, yeah?
Edward Stringer?
Yeah.
Mind if we come in? Come on, Peter.
Hey, just a second.
Close the door, Peter. Got it. We're United States Counterspy, Stringer.
We'll have to ask who this other man is.
Stringer, you have a right not to speak at all.
I know, but, well, it's all over, isn't it?
Yes, it is, George.
Okay. I always expected to get caught. This man has been my boss. He's called Arthur. That's all I know about him. I'll tell you everything else you want to know, all about everybody, even help you catch him.
You fool. You're a traitor.
You've got it wrong, Arthur. He's a traitor to us, not to you.
Me a traitor? I've been working for peace.
What?
Make the other side just as strong as the United States, and then neither side will dare go to war.
Oh, Stringer, how sick can you get?
Got something there, Peters. It's a question whether a man like this belongs in a penitentiary or a hospital for the mentally ill. Anyway, both of you, you're now under arrest by the United States government.
You've just heard another Counterspy report to the American people, brought to you each week at the same time. Next week's report, the case of the double-crossing defender. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Marks B. Loeb, dramatized by Paul R. Milton, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Lionel Rico speaking. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Nick, isn't there any way out of here?
I've gone over every inch of it, Patsy. There's not a chance.
It's like being buried alive. I almost wish he had shot us. It would be better than dying like this.
I'm going to make him wish he'd shot us, too.
What?
In fact, I'm going to make him come back to do it. Right now.
And now, the case of the Bearded Queen. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Today, Scubby Wilson, reporter on the Globe Gazette, finally got delivery on his new car, and is preparing to give Nick's secretary, Patsy Bowen, his one and only girlfriend, the first ride.
Why don't we turn this corner and you get a look at it, Patsy? The slickest, smoothest little convertible that ever came out of Detroit.
No more riding the elevated, eh, Scubby?
No, ma'am. When Scubby Wilson drives by, strong men will turn green with envy and fair ladies will swoon with delight.
Oh, you going to let me drive?
Well, I might let my wife drive if I ever get one. So if you care to qualify.
For the umpteenth time, Scubby, no thanks.
Oh, I mean it, Patsy. With a car like that, think of what a honeymoon we could have. Canada, maybe, or the Rockies.
Thanks, Scubby, but I think I'll stay single and a pedestrian.
That's only because you haven't seen the car yet. Oh, and now before we turn the corner, maybe you'd better shade your eyes. It may prove a bit dazzling at first.
Well, let's turn the corner and see.
Okay, I'm a good woman, but don't say I didn't warn you. Now, behold the pride of the motor car industry, the glory of...
Well?
Holy cats! My new car is gone! Somebody's stolen it!
All right, Sergeant. And if the car should turn up this afternoon, will you call me here at my office? Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
What'd he say, Nick?
Nothing yet, Scubby. They put it on the police radio, but it wasn't very encouraging. There's been an epidemic of car thefts lately. And none of the stolen cars has been recovered.
Oh, gee, Scubby, that's tough.
Oh, fine. $1,500, and I only drove it 20 blocks. Brother, that's the most expensive taxi ride I ever had.
Have the police any ideas, Nick?
Yes, they do, Patsy. I think it's the work of a gang of boys about 16 or 17.
Why, kids that age wouldn't be able to sell the cars if they did steal them, would they?
Oh, well, not unless they were booked up with some crooked used car dealer who had a place where the cars could be repainted and the serial numbers changed.
Exactly. If kids are stealing cars on a large scale, they're working for some adult. And there's nothing more rotten than a crook who makes criminals out of youngsters.
Some kids seem to be born that way.
Oh, no, they're not, Scubby.
No, they're not, Scubby. It's a matter of environment and training. Remember, these boys grow up with no place to play except the streets under the elevated. Give them a fair chance, and they're all right.
That's true, Scubby. Nick proved it with the Downtown Boys Club.
Right. Why, some of those fellows down there had pretty bad records, and we got them. But now I'd trust them anywhere.
Oh, I know, but at the same time... Oh, let me get it. Hello. Yeah, speaking. Huh? Oh, hey, that's great. They found it.
They did?
Good. Not even scratched, huh? You sure? Oh, swell. Oh, who took it, do you know? Oh, yes. Yes, I know him. Well, thanks, Sergeant. I'll be right down.
Was it stolen by somebody you know, Scubby?
Somebody we all know, Patsy.
Huh?
Danny Walker, Nick.
Danny Walker?
Why, he belongs to the Downtown Boys Club. Are you sure?
Sergeant Brady says they've arrested him, and he admitted taking it.
I can't believe it. Come on. We're going to look into this thing right now.
Oh, lay off, will you, Nick? I told you if I'd known the car belonged to a friend of yours, I wouldn't have took it.
It's you I'm interested in, Danny, not the car. I don't like to see you here in jail. You're the first member of the club who's got into trouble in more than a year. I want to find out why and help you if I can.
I don't belong to your club no more. I quit a month ago when my folks moved over to the west side.
Oh, is that so? I knew you hadn't been around lately, but I didn't know you'd quit.
Oh, them clubs is kid stuff. I'm 18 years old.
Danny, listen. We've been pretty good friends.
Oh, look, Nick, you're a good Joe, see, even if you are a private eye, but let me alone, will you?
No, Danny, I won't. When you came out of reform school, you gave me your word to go straight. And until now, you have. What's changed you, Danny? What's happened to you?
Well, I lost that job you got me, and I had to get some money quick, see? It was kind of a debt. Of honor, like. So I swiped the car to get the dough, and I got caught, and that's that.
You stole that car for somebody else, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I stole it for me.
Danny, look, I came here to go your bail because we're friends, and because I thought you honestly wanted to go straight. Now, you can help me protect other boys from getting into trouble the same way you did. If you'll only tell me
If I'll turn stool pigeon, huh? Well, I won't do it. No, sir, I tried going straight, and it didn't work. I'll take this rap. But I'll make up for it when I get out. I'll make up for it plenty.
Those elevated trains make so much noise, it's a wonder anyone gets any sleep around here.
You can get used to anything, Patsy.
Oh, there's Scubby in front of that delicatessen. And there's a space where we can park.
I hope he's been able to find out something.
Hello, beautiful.
Hello, Scubby.
Hiya, Nick.
You have any luck, Scubby?
No, not much. There's a gang in this neighborhood, all right, but the kids wouldn't talk to me.
They have any regular place to meet?
There's no settlement house and no boys' club. But some of them hang out at the West Pine Street garage.
A garage?
Now, don't get excited. I know it sounds like a perfect lead, but I met the boss. And if he's a crook, I'm Jesse James.
Well, I'd like to talk to him anyway. What's he like?
Nice old fellow. Name of Bainbridge, and everybody calls him Pop. I think you and he will have a lot in common.
What?
Not you, Nick. What? I said I think you and Pops Bainbridge will have a lot in common. Oh, never mind. You'll see for yourself. Come on.
I just don't know what to think, Mr. Carter. Why, Danny used to mind the gasoline pumps when I'd go out to eat. Maybe there'll be $30 or $40 in the cash register, and he never touched a cent of it. I'll swear to that.
I see.
Oh, Pops. Any calls?
No, not a thing, Joe. Hey, I want you to meet my friends.
Yeah?
Miss Bowen, Mr. Wilson.
Hello.
Mr. Carter.
Hello.
Oh, yeah.
Nick Carter.
How do you do?
This is Joe Ferney. He keeps a taxi here, and I take his calls for him.
Nick Carter, the private eye, huh?
Uh-huh.
Heard about you. I'll be up front, Pops, in the office.
All right, Joe. Come on, Mr. Carter. And you folks, too. I want to show you something.
I didn't tell Nick about this, Mr. Bainbridge. I thought you'd like to do it yourself.
All right, in here. We'll ride down the elevator. Will you push the button, Mr. Carter? The one marked B. We'll go in the basement.
Oh, certainly. But what's this all about?
You'll see in a minute, Nick. Oh, cigarette, Mr. Bainbridge?
The name's Pops. No thanks, I don't smoke.
Scubby, don't you see the no smoking sign on the wall?
Oh, sorry.
Golly, these garage elevators are big things, aren't they?
Well, we park cars on the upper floor and use this elevator to take them up.
Oh.
There now. Now, wait till I find the lights. There we are.
Why, it's a club room. Oh, look, Nick, a handball court, and there's a dart game.
Yeah.
And a radio, checker game, and chess. Hey, you've done all right here, Pop.
Well, it isn't much, but I've seen a lot of boys get into trouble hanging around the streets, so I...
Hey, here's a deck of cards. Like to try a hand at gin rummy, Nick?
Oh, no, thanks.
Oh, look, Nick, somebody's been doing a little artwork on these cards. You see the beard on this Queen of Hearts?
Whoever drew that has talent. Even changed the expression on her face.
Hey, that's pretty good.
I hoped I was helping the boys by fixing up this place, but now I don't know.
Well, why do you say that, Pop?
Well, look what happened to Danny, one of the finest youngsters I ever knew. Now, maybe hanging around the garage, he had got him one in a car of his own.
I'm afraid it's not that simple, Pops. Well, thanks for your time. You've been very helpful.
I'm just sorry I couldn't do more.
You've helped me a great deal. A great deal more than you know.
What's the gag, Nick? You didn't come to the jail just to play cards with me.
Oh, yes, I did, Danny. Let me deal your hand.
Okay.
You know how to play poker, don't you?
Sure, but I ain't got no money.
I'm playing for higher stakes than money. Wait.
Huh?
Never mind picking up your cards. I have you beaten.
How do you know? We ain't looked at the hands yet.
I have 3 aces, and you're holding a pair of 6s.
You a mind reader or something?
Turn them over and see.
Well, Hey, what is this? You stacking the cards on me?
No. I was reading the backs of the cards, Danny.
A mark deck, huh? So what?
See this card?
Yeah?
5 of clubs, isn't it?
Yeah? Hey, show me those marks, will you?
In a minute. This is the 10 of diamonds, right?
Right.
And the 7 of spades? The Queen of hearts?
Wait a minute. That Queen of Hearts. It's got a beard on it.
Has it?
Pete Krovic put that beard on there. I seen him do it.
Oh. So you played with this deck before?
You bet I played with him before. Where'd you get them cards?
Don't you know?
Who gave me you? Come on, quit holding out on me.
You're holding out on me, aren't you, Danny?
Yeah, I guess I have been. I guess I've been a sucker, ain't I? Taking the rap for somebody who...
Who what, Danny?
Listen, Nick. Did you mean that about going my bail if I helped you crack this case?
Danny, the minute you tell me who's behind these car thefts, you're on your way out of here.
Oh, no. Get me out first, then I'll talk.
All right. May take me a couple of hours to make the arrangements, and I have to see a client at 8. But if I can't be here, I'll send Scubby to bring you to my office.
That's okay. And don't worry about your case, Mr. Carter. I'll crack it for you.
Good boy.
Brother, I'll crack it wide open.
That's Nick's house over there, Danny.
Okay.
You better park on this side, Scubby. Nick's car's in front of the house.
Sure. Only be here a few minutes anyway. Got to meet a guy for an interview pretty soon.
Oh, come on. Nick's waiting for us.
Gee, I feel like the mayor or something with 2 of you bringing me here.
Well, Nick didn't want to take any chances.
On me running out, huh?
No, on anything happening to you. We're your bodyguards.
But guarding me from what? Nobody even knows Nick sprung me.
Maybe not, but I still think that green sedan was following us.
That green sedan must have been your imagination, Patsy. Either that or we lost him in the last block or 2.
I hope so. We're here, Nick.
Oh, hello. Is everything all right?
Yeah, hi, Nick. Everything's fine.
You bring the reports on the other car thefts, Patsy?
Well, oh, Nick, I'm sorry. I left them in the car.
Oh, I'll get them for you, Miss Bowen. It won't take a...
No, Danny, let Scubby do it.
Daddy, look out!
Good grief! He ran into him on purpose.
Come on.
It was that green sedan I saw following us before.
Patsy, call an ambulance.
Right.
Scubby, head off any traffic.
Sure, Nick.
Here, Danny. Let me put my coat under your head. Danny, can you hear me? It's Nick. Nick.
It was him, Nick.
I know, Danny. Don't try to talk.
Got to tell you about those cars.
All right, son. What about
The
them?
eye.
What eye? What do you mean, Danny?
Look for the eye in the L.
Danny.
Oh, the poor kid. He's fainted.
No, Scubby. He's dead.
The I and the L. Can Danny's dying words be the clue that will lead Nick to the head of the car thieves and Danny's killer? We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the Bearded Queen. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Back at the office, Nick, Patsy, and Scubby are puzzling over the connection between the automobile thefts and Danny Walker's dying words, look for the I in the L.
Nick, the only way I can figure it must be some detective on duty around the elevated trains.
Naturally.
Scubby, let Brady. I'll ask him confidentially if any L detective has shown sudden prosperity since these car thefts started.
Sure, Nick.
If only we could have got the license number of that green sedan.
Yes, well, at least we have the fragments of glass from that shattered headlight. That may help us to identify it.
And the police are checking every garage in town for a green sedan with a broken headlight lens.
I felt sure that car was following us, but I didn't see it when we got here.
Probably parked the car up the street with his lights off and his motor running just in case.
And when Danny started to cross the street alone, the murderer saw his chance and took it.
Right. Well, the next thing is to find out if any older men sat on those card games with Danny.
You think the leader of this gang played cards with the boys?
Not only played cards with them, he cheated.
Oh.
Danny realized it when he saw the bearded Queen of Hearts in that marked deck. So-called debt of honor he stole Scubby's car to repay was a gambling debt.
Well, then maybe the same trick was played on some of the other boys. That might account for the rest of the stolen cars.
The way I figure it. After a boy had stolen one car, it wouldn't be hard to frighten him into stealing more by threatening to expose him.
Well, that's the lowest trick I ever heard of.
I agree with you, Scubby.
Yes. Well, when we find out who won with that marked deck, I think we'll have the leader of the gang and Danny's murderer.
Perhaps Bainbridge ought to know.
Right, Patsy, and that's where we're going. Scubby, as soon as you've talked to Sergeant Brady about the detectives, phone me at the West Pine Street garage.
A couple of older fellows who sometimes used to play down there, Mr. Carter, but I don't...
Pops.
Oh, Joe.
What's the matter? No gas tonight?
Oh, I didn't hear you drive up.
Been here 2 or 3 minutes. You're so busy talking to your friends, you didn't see me.
We were talking about Danny Walker.
Yeah, nice kid. Too bad he had an accident, wasn't it? How about putting some gas in my can?
Sure, Joe, sure. Right away. Answer that, will you, Mr. Carter?
Oh, yes. It may be for me anyway. I'm expecting the call.
Oh, maybe it's for me, too, Nick. I better come with you. Nick, I didn't want to be left alone with Joe. Did you see the look on his face and how scared Pops was?
Yes, I noticed it. You better stay right outside the booth here.
Yes.
Hello? West Pine Street Garage.
That you, Nick?
Oh, yes, Scubby. What did you find out?
Not a thing. As far as Sergeant Brady knows, there's nothing against any of the detectives around the elevated. Of course, there's been no time for any investigation, but Sergeant Brady thinks we're on the wrong track.
He may be right. But the I and the L is the only thing we have to go on, and I'm going to follow it through.
Okay. Oh, say, will you ask Pops if he found my cigarette lighter? I had him. We were going down to the basement there. Remember when Patsy pointed out that no smoking sign and I...
Scubby, that may be it.
That may be what?
Never mind. You at headquarters?
Yes, why?
I'll call you back in 15 minutes. Give you the whole story for your paper.
Did he find out anything, Nick?
Wasn't anything to find out. Where are Pops and Joe?
They went out to the gas pump.
Good. I want to take another look at that elevator.
Are we going down to the clubroom?
Not this time. Must have been blind not to have seen it before.
Seen what?
An elevator made of steel plates riveted together, push-button controls, and a no-smoking sign painted on the wall.
Well, what's unusual about that?
Here's the elevator. Step in, I'll show you. See, Patsy? One of those rivets is right in the middle of the I in no smoking.
The I and the L. The letter I and the no smoking sign in the elevator, of course. Danny died before he finished the word. But, well, how does that...
This elevator is run by push-button controls, Patsy. A button for each floor.
I know, but...
There were another floor, a secret floor. The control button for it would have to be concealed, too. And that rivet in the letter I may be it.
Push it, Nick. Let's find out if we're going down to the boys' clubroom.
Think you'll find we're going past the clubroom, Patsy.
But we can't go past the basement.
No? Ever hear of a sub-basement?
Huh? Why, of course. Yes, we're passing the clubroom. There is a secret floor.
Maybe we're going to discover a lot of secrets.
Well, this seems to be it. Whatever it is. Gosh, it's dark here.
There should be a light switch near the elevator. Yes, here it is.
Nick, it's another garage.
A complete paint shop. And mechanical equipment for working over stolen cars.
Look, at the other end of the room, a green sedan with a broken headlight and the fender all dented.
That's the car, all right. The one that killed Danny.
Copper, you too, sister.
Joe, I thought you were...
I came down while you was telephoning. I've been standing right behind this pillar waiting for you, baby. You and the boy.
Now, look, Joe.
Carter, take your rod out of your pocket and drop it on the floor. No, don't turn around.
Whatever you say. But you're not playing this very smart.
Smarter than you, Flatfoot. You take that pocket, too, sister, just in case you might be packing some heat.
Where's Pop? Have you done something to him?
Me? I don't do nothing to nobody, unless it's an accident. Of course, I do have an awful lot of accidents.
Hit and run accidents, Joe?
Sometimes. But I'll be able to do better than that for you two. Something real neat and artistic.
Now, wait. You don't realize the police know we came here.
So you come here, then you left, see? Nobody will find this cellar, and nobody will ever find you. So long, suckers. I'll see you again tomorrow, the next day. And when I do, you're going to have one of the neatest little accidents that ever happened. So long, suckers. I'll see you again tomorrow, the next day. And when I do, you're going to have one of the neatest little accidents that ever happened.
Nick, isn't there any way out of here?
No. Just this one big bare room. Nothing but the pillars that support the building. These workbenches and garage equipment. And the elevator shaft at the other end.
But it's like being buried alive. I almost wish he had shot us.
Patsy, I'm going to make Joe wish he had shot us.
What?
I'm going to make him come right back to do it. Right now.
Nick, why are you taking off your shoes?
I may want to walk quietly before I'm through. Hand me that monkey wrench there.
Oh, that won't be any good against a gun, Nick.
Better than nothing. Let me have it.
Okay.
Now, you get inside that green sedan. Lie down on the floor. You'll be as safe from bullets there as any place.
All right, Nick.
This switch box on the wall contains the main electrical switches for the entire building. One for the lights and one for power. We've got to keep the garage going upstairs as a blind. But it can't operate without lights. So we cut the lights.
Oh, Nick, be careful.
I will. I'll be behind this pillar next to the switch box. Joe will have to get those lights on again and quick. And he'll have to pass me in the dark to do it. I left the power switch on so the elevator still runs.
He's coming. Oh, Nick. I'm afraid.
Don't worry. It'll be over in a minute. One way or the other.
Nick and Patsy wait tensely in the darkness, unarmed, as the elevator descends, bearing a killer with a gun in his hand and murder in his heart. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the Case of the Bearded Queen. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Trapped in the dark sub-basement of the West Pine Street garage, Nick, armed only with a monkey wrench, waits behind a concrete pillar near the light switches for a killer. Across the room, the elevator comes to a stop. The beam of a flashlight cuts the pitch blackness, and a voice says,
That was very clever to turn off those lights, Mr. Carter. Clever, but fatal. You leave us no choice but to dispose of you and Miss Bowen. Now.
Come on along with that flashlight, Pops. We'll turn the switch on again.
Yeah, not so fast, Joe. Carter probably intends to ambush us, even if he doesn't have a gun.
Yeah.
I'll stay here by the elevator and keep the flashlight on you just in case.
Good idea. When the lights is on, we can finish him off nice and easy. I'll get the switch.
Remember, I have a gun, Mr. Carter, so don't think it... Joe!
Hey, Pops! What happened to the flashlight? How'd you come to drop it?
Stay right where you are, Joe.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Carter's very accurate at throwing a wrench. The flashlight's broken. You know where I am, Joe, so if you hear a sound in any other part of the room, shoot.
Don't worry, I will. Where's that switch?
Did you get him, Joe?
I couldn't have missed at that range, Pops. But I don't know whether it was him or her. It wasn't either.
Hey, Pops, you come here. Help me. Joe, you all right? Joe, why don't you answer me?
This is Joe's gun on your back, Bainbridge. He doesn't have any more use for it. You better drop the one you're holding.
Yeah. I will.
All right, Patsy. Find that light switch. We're taking these two crooks to headquarters. Straight ahead on this street, Scubby. You can't miss the sign out front. The West Side Boys Club, grand opening tonight.
Okay. Oh, say, Nick, when you jumped on Joe Ferner in the dark, how'd you know exactly where he was?
By the flash of his gun when he fired at something across the room.
Oh.
And I still don't know what he was shooting at.
I do.
Huh?
When I heard Bainbridge tell Joe to fire at any sound, I threw my shoe out of the window of the car I was hiding in. And sure enough, he shot at it.
Good for you, Patsy. Very clever. You distracted Joe's attention just long enough for me to jump in.
Great stuff, Patsy. Will you marry me?
Oh, Scubby, please.
Oh, okay, beautiful.
And then after I had Joe's gun, it was easy to find Bainbridge in the dark. He kept calling to Joe, so all I had to do was to follow the sound of his voice.
Uh-huh. This is it, Nick. The new West Side Boys Club. Just look at the crowd. You have your speech.
In my pocket.
Good.
You know, I'm prouder of being asked to speak at the opening here tonight than I would be if I were asked to address Congress.
I guess the other boys who were mixed up with Bainbridge and Ferner will be here, won't they?
Well, of course, Cubby. Nick got them all suspended sentences because of the trickery used to make them steal those cars.
And thanks to clubs like this, those boys will now have a chance to grow up right.
Hey, Patsy, you know what?
What, Scubby?
I just realized. Now that you've ridden in my new car, maybe you'll change your mind about marrying me.
Well, Scubby, I must admit I'm in love with...
Me?
No, darling. Your car.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Scubby is played by John Kane. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. I guess it's the unpredictability of night that catches hold of you and takes you with it. You never know what you'll find in the night or who you'll meet and what stories they'll tell. There are as many stories as there are people. All kinds of stories and all kinds of people. Gentle stories sometimes, and where you least expect to find them, brutal stories. Hidden behind as innocent a facade as the one which fronts the Welcome Mission on Skid Row. Spender, the blind man, is both a Skid Row landmark and tradition. For years, he sat cross-legged near the entrance of the Welcome Mission. And for a blind man, he sees an awful lot.
Going into the mission, are you, Randy?
Oh, maybe, Spender. You got a good memory for footsteps, haven't you?
Nothing wrong with my hearing. Everyone walks different, only they just don't know it. You always walk like you're thinking every step, like something was on your mind.
Well, don't let me kid you, Spender. It's just a pose. Is that Brother James?
Yeah. You better go see him, Randy.
Not while he's playing a recital for the faithful.
No one's in there. Never is this time of night. Too early for him. You better go in. He's in trouble.
Mission men don't get into trouble.
Go take a look. Somebody's got to help him. Maybe you can. Tell him something from me. Tell him one blind man on the street's enough.
He'll know what I mean?
Take a look at him. You'll see. A good look, Randy.
Okay, Spender.
You must look bad. Sounded awful.
The Welcome Mission was row on row of empty chairs. And Brother James, his back to me, was playing the organ. He didn't turn around when I came in. Just faced the empty music stand and kept on playing.
Join in the chorus if you know the words, brother.
I'm not in good voice tonight, Brother James.
Randy, it's good to see you again.
Well, how do you know? You haven't seen me yet.
Just the same, it's good. I know it is.
Everything going all right?
Fine, just fine. I hope things go well with you.
Thank you. But you still won't look at me.
To tell you the truth, Randy, I'm doing you a favor. I had a little accident. Well, I'm afraid I don't look very well.
Spender said to tell you that one blind man on the street is enough.
Spender's a good friend, but he sees too much.
He hears too much. Hey, let me see. Let me take a look at you.
It isn't anything, Randy.
I turned Brother James' face toward me. One eye was partly opened, and the other was swollen shut, a painful mass of purple, blue, and green. And the welts on the side of his head stuck out like baseballs. He didn't look human. He was a beaten pulp. It made me sick.
It's a lot better now. It doesn't hurt at all.
Well, it won't until the feeling comes back. What happened? Don't tell me you bumped into a door.
I wouldn't lie to you, Randy.
And who did it and why?
Sometimes it's best to say nothing. To turn the other cheek and say nothing.
Well, if you'd turn the other cheek, you wouldn't be able to talk.
I don't expect you to understand my ways, Randy. But they are my ways. You must respect them.
Who did it? Spender said it sounded awful.
Sometimes the path of righteousness is difficult. Sometimes it's tortured and hard to understand.
Do you understand?
Yes, I think I do.
Spender says you're in trouble.
I must find some way to set his mind at ease.
Well, okay, Brother James, you know your business.
Go your way in peace, Randy.
Yeah. Thanks.
I finally find them, Brother James. 5 dozen ping-pong balls. Oh, you would not believe the trouble that... Oh.
Hello, Mama Rizzo.
Oh, Randy. I did not notice you.
Randy was just leaving, Mama Rizzo.
There is no more trouble, is there? He has not come again.
Who, Mama? What trouble?
You know, Brother James.
Everything's all right, Mama.
It's good he has not come again. Next time I will kill
Mama,
him.
Please.
Who, Mama? Who will you kill and why?
Oh, no. I have said too much. I go now. I will come back later, Brother James.
Wait, Mama. Mama Rizzo took off down the street like someone had fired on her. I'd known her as a Skid Row fixture for years. Her and the pizza cart she pushed all over the west side of town. But I'd never heard her threaten to kill anyone. And I had the feeling from the way she said it, she might do it. I caught up with her halfway down the block.
Please, Randy, I'm in a hurry.
Yeah, I can tell. Look, now just hold a minute here. What's this all about?
Oh, I am too much out of breath to talk.
Well, catch your breath.
I have nothing to say.
Well, you had stuff to say back in the mission.
Oh, I should not have said it. I was excited. There was trouble, but I should have said nothing.
Who are you going to kill? The guy who beat up Brother James?
I am excited only. I not mean what I say. You must forget I said it, Randy.
Well, we'll both forget it. Now, what happened to Brother James? Who beat him up?
I do not know.
Oh, Mama.
Randy, already I say too much things to you. I like you. We are old friends. Sometime soon I give you some pizza. But now you must leave me alone. I am very busy.
Yeah, I know. You've got 5 dozen ping pong balls, and you went to a lot of trouble to get them.
Oh, you do not know how much...
What are you going to do with them?
Oh, they are for the mission. Recreation games.
That's a lot of recreation for an empty mission.
They are for recreation.
Who beat him up, Mama?
I do not know.
You sure?
I am sure of this, Randy. Each time you ask me, I will tell you I do not know. Now, this time I go, and you do not follow me.
Spender was wearing a knowing smile when I walked back near the mission. There wasn't any triumph in it. It was just his way of showing me he knew that I wasn't getting anywhere. Like the rest of Skid Row, Spender operated under a well-defined but peculiar set of rules. There was justice in them, but Spender was no informer. He trusted me, and I had to trust him.
Mama Rizzo isn't ready to talk, Randy.
Well, you could have saved me the 50-yard dash. I'm not in condition.
You saw Brother James?
Yeah, and he looks just like it sounded. Awful.
I thought so. It took a long time.
Well, who did it?
I don't know.
Look, Spender, you're the one who told me he was in trouble. Give me a break.
I tell you, Randy, I really don't know. It happened quick, in the alley back of the mission. I was here. No one came this way. Whoever did it went the other way when it was over. It took a long time.
Yeah, you said that. What was Brother James doing in the alley? Instinct keeps me out of all Skid Row alleys.
There's a back entrance to the mission. He went to lock up for the night a couple of nights ago. Someone was waiting for him.
A while back, you said it was too early for anyone to come to the mission. They come later, you said.
About 2 a.m. Everyone comes. The winos, the flops, Mama Rizzo, everybody. They troop by me and go in.
Why? What happens at 2?
I don't know, but they stay a long time. Nobody plays the organ. Nobody sings. I don't hear them after they go in the door.
Well, how long do they stay after they all go in?
Shh. Wait a minute. He'd know the whole thing.
Who?
The guy, the one just got out the car and went to the saloon across the street.
You know him?
Just his walk. He comes around here a lot lately. Once or twice he goes to the mission, but mostly he goes to the saloon across the street. They call him Mino.
Okay, I'll call him Mino, too. The saloon across the street was regulation. Dark, musky, a few tables you could stumble over if you didn't watch your step, and a few winos as conveniently located. The man called Mino sat at a bar side saddle looking across the street toward the welcome mission. He was dressed a little sharp, big, thick-looking, with no expression in his eyes. He wasn't surprised when I sat down beside him.
Another shot, buddy. You drinking, buddy?
No, buddy, I'm not.
Just leave the bottle, huh? Buddy, you look like a guy with something on his mind.
Well, good for me. A friend of mine got his head beat in a couple of nights ago, Mino. You look like a guy who might know something about it.
Good for me. Well, buddy, I'd be willing to suppose a little with you about your friend.
All right, go ahead.
Let's take a real wild shot and figure your friend is the soothsayer type, huh?
Maybe pumps the organ at the mission, say, and saves a soul here and there.
Let's call him Brother James.
Why not? As long as we're supposing. Now, to my way of thinking, a guy don't generally get in trouble if he sticks to his own line. But if he overlaps a little here and there, he can get himself some rough treatment. Believe me, buddy, I've seen it happen.
No kidding.
Yeah. Now, your friend, Brother James, he should stick to soul saving. That's his line. And maybe you got a line, too, buddy, that you ought to stick to?
Yeah, but back to Brother James. He shouldn't get beaten up for saving souls.
Oh, you're right, buddy. Real right.
So is the competition for souls so tough a guy can get hurt in a rush?
Yeah. You know, I'll tell you something, buddy. You seem to have a lot of time on your hands. Why don't you show at the welcome mission along about 2 in the a.m.? Might cop yourself an eyeful.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I might do that.
Yeah.
This 2 o'clock date, has it got anything to do with ping pong balls?
Yeah. Everything.
2 o'clock in the morning. Both Spender and Mino called it H hour at the welcome mission. I had a while to wait. Time enough to figure Mino for the set of fists that softened up Brother James. I still didn't know why. But that's before I knew the Skid Row rules for ping pong. At 2 o'clock, I stood across the street and watched the flop houses and the wine parlors empty into the welcome mission. A little bit later, I followed the crowd. The chairs were still empty in the big room where Brother James had played the organ, but a shaft of light and some curious sounds were coming from a back room. I started for it, and suddenly there was someone at my side.
Take me along, Randy. Tell me what you see.
Sure, Spender. Only keep it low.
Big crowd, here, Randy. Everybody, like I said.
Yeah, well, maybe they won't notice us.
All right, brothers, you've bought your cards. We'll turn the wheel again.
First the ball is number 12.
What is it, Randy?
It's a policy wheel, Spender. Brother James is running a policy wheel. Holy Toledo, in the back of the mission.
Policy wheel? That's like the numbers, right?
It's the same deal. This is a big cylinder. Brother James grinds the handle on it, and when he stops, a ping pong ball with a number on it drops out the slot in the bottom. Mama Rizzo calls off the number, and the guys check it off on their cards.
Like
Number
bingo.
3.
Just like bingo.
Yeah, that's right, Spender. Only policy wheels are run by the syndicates. A multi-million-dollar racket.
Hold everything, brothers. We seem to have some visitors, Mama Rizzo.
Randy.
Run, Mama Rizzo. Get the book.
Someone heaved a pineapple through the window off the alley. I shoved Spender through the door, and the last thing I saw with guys climbing over each other trying to get out was Mama Rizzo clutching a big black book and heading out the alley entrance.
Randy Stone will be back in just a moment. Friends, if you want your child to have the best elementary schooling you can give him, won't you get a pencil and paper to take down the address I'm going to give you at the end of this message? Because of the high increase in our birth rate during and after the last war, it's estimated that by 1956 there will be some 7 million more children in elementary schools than there are now. More equipment will be needed. Textbooks, playgrounds, and above all, more elementary school teachers. For free information about how people in other communities are improving their schools, write to this address. National Citizens Commission for the Public Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York 19, New York. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I lost Spender somewhere in the confusion. When the blast was over, I picked myself off the floor in the big main room of the mission. The place was deserted. If any of them were hurt, they took their wounds with them. All except Brother James, who might have run, except that he caught most of the blast. I called the police and went with them to the emergency hospital. After a while, Lieutenant Cass came out of Brother James' room, and I was waiting for him.
It's in pretty bad shape.
Yeah, I thought so.
Check a few things with you. What was going on down there before someone tossed a pineapple in the middle of it?
He was running a policy wheel.
This Brother James?
Yeah, in the back room of the Welcome Mission.
How about that?
Half of Skid Row was there, 20, 30 guys.
Doc says the brother looked like he got beat up. Blows on the head, bruises.
Oh, that happened a couple of nights ago, before the blast.
You had this thing pretty well cased, didn't you?
Well, I got a tip that Brother James was in trouble, that's all.
He got tipped right. He sure is.
There's a guy named Mino something mixed up in this. He was on Skid Row tonight. Probably beat Brother James up and probably tossed the bomb.
Mino. There's a Mino Victor, a low man with a racket's general punk around town.
A big, thick guy, black hair, black eyes?
That's Mino. That all you know?
That's all I know now.
Yeah, we'll pick up Mino if we can find him. You, keep in touch, huh?
Sure. Skid Row was quiet when I got back. Spender was the only familiar face in sight. We went back into the Welcome Mission and picked our way through the rubble of old bricks and splintered wood and ping-pong balls. Brother James' policy wheel had been blown to bits.
Still smells hot and powdery. Looks pretty bad, doesn't it, Randy?
That's pretty bad. It's a wonder some of us weren't killed.
They still might lose him, Brother James.
Yeah. Spender, it's cockeyed. We got a lot of elements here that just don't mix. Brother James and the policy wheel. Homemade bombs and the Welcome Mission. They just don't go together.
You saw, I heard. They went together, all right.
Yeah, I know, but I've known Brother James for 3 years. He always seemed like a right guy, a fellow who was dedicated to his work. He's done a lot of good on Skid Row, and that's not easy.
Well, you saw him running the wheel. You saw his head bashed in.
Yeah, I know, but it still doesn't make sense.
You know, Randy, sometimes I'm glad I'm a blind man. You don't have to see things you don't want to see. You can't take a man at his face value if you can't see his face.
Have you got it all figured, Spender?
No, I don't think so. Brother James is, how old would you say?
Oh, late 40s, I guess, somewhere in there.
Late 40s, and you've known him 3 years. Not very long in years to know a man.
What are you saying, Spender?
Just, how well do you know Brother James? Did you know him well on September 18, 1948?
I didn't know him at all then.
Might help if you knew him then.
September 18th, 1948. What happened then?
Smart newspaper fella like you can find that out, Randy. Maybe it's no good, but you find out for yourself.
I'll find out.
I'll be around if you need me, Randy.
Oh, how about Mama Rizzo? You seen her?
I haven't even heard her.
I'll be at the Star, Spender. If you get a line on her, give me a call. I got word at the Star that I'd be in the library. Brooke, the keeper of the files and back issues of the paper, is a thin, fit man the color of a file for a mind and all the natural animation of a dry leaf.
September 18th, 1948. Not much of a day for news.
Yeah. Well, just get the Star for that day, will you? What I'm looking for may not qualify as big news.
Now, if you'd picked the 17th of September 48, I could have given you Count Bernadette's assassination.
No, thank you. The 18th.
18th, eh? Well, you know what you're looking for. Oh, seems to me there was something on the 18th.
Just get the file copy down, will you? I'll look for the story.
Had something to do with Burma. Oh, I know. They declared a state of emergency throughout Burma that day after the assassination of U Tin Tut.
Swell.
He was a former foreign minister of Burma, you know.
Oh, Rook, please, get the file copy. Your storehouse of facts impresses me, but I need the paper.
Just trying to be friendly, you know. Don't get a lot of traffic in here, especially in the overnight. Well, it gets lonely.
Well, next time I'll bring some of the boys with poker.
No, thanks. Casino's my game. Casino or flinch? There you are.
Thanks.
Here we are. September 18, 1948. Well, it's on page 1. Oh, yeah, yes, it is. On the right.
Where?
Right there. U Tin Tut assassinated. Burma declares state of emergency.
Honest, Brooke. That is isn't the story I'm looking at.
Okay, it's your problem.
Yeah. What? There's a familiar. James Freeland sentenced in office racket cleanup. Contact man for syndicate receives life sentence for part in policy wheel racket. Well, that's Brother James, all right.
Oh, is it? Not much resemblance.
Well, there shouldn't be any.
Well, he couldn't be such a bad chap, because here he's going to repent, see? He'll spend his confinement repenting, and when he gets out, he'll do things differently.
Yeah, he did, too. That's exactly what he did. I'll get it, Rook. I'm expecting a call. Hello.
It's Spender, Randy.
Yeah, Spender.
Something's going on down here. A few minutes ago, Mino's car stopped across the street. He went to the hotel. Where you saw him.
Better call Lieutenant Cass.
I don't think so, Randy. Just know Mama Rizzo's car stopped there, too. She's up there now. You said to let you know.
Well, you keep an ear on him, Spender. I'll be right there.
You found out about Brother James?
Yeah, Spender. Thanks. Mama Rizzo's pizza cart was parked in front of the dingy hotel when I got there. I walked up the stairs. I'd passed for a desk clerk with sound asleep. He probably wouldn't have been much help anyway. And Mama Rizzo's voice from a room down the hall told me all I needed to know. I leaned against the door and the knob turned slowly.
Crazy thing. Put the rod down. Somebody get themselves.
I will have killed you. Already you get by with too much.
Look behind you, dame. I got a buddy.
I don't take my eyes. Oh,
come on. I better give me the gun. I might go off.
Randy, no.
No, give it to me, Mama.
Randy, no. Get away.
Well, let him go. Where did you get this gun anyway? It's a regular blunderbuss.
Oh, you are the blunderbuss. Why you do this? For hours I'm looking for this Mino. Finally I find him, and then you come. Why you do this?
Don't worry about Mino. The cops will get him. They're all looking for him.
If he kill Brother James, I will kill him.
Brother James isn't dead yet.
You know who he is. No. He's from the syndicate. Their own way.
It doesn't matter what he runs the wheel, Mama. It's a racket. It's illegal. You and the rest of the poor chumps along Skid Row go for it just because Brother James plays and runs the mission. He was convicted and sent to jail once. Did you know that?
He's a gentleman. He'll do good. Here, in this book, it shows he'll do good.
Oh, this is the book you died for just before the mission blew up. Let me take a look at that.
No, you will not see the book. No one will see it.
I better have it, Mama. There now, that's all right now. That's better. Now, let's see all the good that's in this book.
Oh, I do not think I like you very much, Randy.
I don't like much about the whole deal, Mama Rizzo. Not much at all. Oh, yes, there's a lot of good here. You know what this is? This is an elaborate record by the day with totals by the week of Brother James' take from every one of the suckers on Skid Row.
Oh, you do not understand.
Nickels, dimes, 20 cents here, 35 cents there. It adds up, Mama.
Oh.
20, 30 guys playing the game a night. That's hundreds of dollars in a week.
Oh, no.
What do you mean I don't understand? Mama Rizzo was crying when I left, and there was nothing to do but let her cry and take Brother James' ledger with me back to the emergency hospital. Lieutenant Cass and I looked it over good. Next to a signed confession, it looked like all he needed to send Brother James out for quite a while.
Well, it's on there. Funny you keep a set of books on it, though. Down to the last penny this way.
Well, the whole thing's a little funny, Lieutenant, but let's face it, a mission man who runs a policy wheel is apt to do some pretty funny things.
Yeah.
How's he doing?
Better than he should be. Came around a little while ago. Had a few words with him.
Like what?
Well, like he wanted to know if anyone else was hurt, especially asked about this Mama Rizzo character. Said he guessed he'd done wrong, that he was going to repent.
Well, he was going to repent the last time. You think I could talk to him and take the book here and talk to him?
Sure, go ahead. He'll be here a while. I'll get the full story later.
You say you brought the book with you, Randy?
Yeah, right here.
You've shown it to the lieutenant, I suppose.
Sure.
That's good. I'm glad. I feel much better now.
Well, how about inside? Don't you feel a little crummy inside for taking in those characters on Skid Row? That's pretty crummy using the mission as a front.
I suppose it's hard for you to understand, Randy. But a man must work with the tools at hand. At work, he knows.
Well, you were faithful enough to your tools. Policy wheels are all friends of yours.
You see, you don't understand. I thought the book would make you understand.
What, the ledger? It did.
Don't you see, Randy? I built the wheel to protect the men on Skid Row. From themselves and from the syndicate. I couldn't keep them from playing the policy wheel. Mino had a big hold on them.
So you built your own and went in business for yourself?
Not for myself. For the men. My policy wheel worked a little different than Mino's. That's what it shows in the ledger. The figures there are not what the men paid me, but what I paid them.
You paid them money?
Not money very often. Money buys wine. No, Randy. I paid them in food. Overcoats in the winter. Doctor bills, that sort of thing. I guess you'd call it a sort of mutual benefit society.
Well, I'd like to believe that.
Ask the men. Ask Mama Rizzo. Perhaps I was wrong using the means I did. But a man does what he can, Randy. In his own way.
It was wild, but it was true. Lieutenant Cass and I checked every Skid Row bum in the ledger. Cass will probably get the charge against Brother James dropped by the time he gets out of the hospital. Mino's a cinch to serve a little time if anyone can prove he tossed the pineapple. But the big boys, the well-tailored gents who sit on top of the Minos and run the multi-million-dollar numbers games and syndicates, the good chance is they'll just go rolling along. If you find it hard to stomach a mission man running a wheel for the benefit of the down and outers, try thinking a while about what the big boys get by with and see how that sets in your stomach. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by Kathleen Height, with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Tudor Owen, Jeff Corey, Gail Bonnie, Tony Barrett, and Frank Lovejoy appeared with the Courtesy of Water, producers of The Miracle of Our Lady of Fatima. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. They are returning soon. Here, McGee and Molly on NBC.
Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. What is the 30-day Camel Mildness Test? It's a sensible test of cigarette mildness based on steady smoking. And here's all you do. Smoke only Camels for 30 days. Smoke them as your steady smoke and see how rich
how flavorful Camels are, pack after pack.
Yes, smoke Camels as your steady smoke for 30 days. And discover how well Camels agree with your throat, week after week.
Tonight, start your own 30-day Camel mildness test.
Make the Camel 30-day test and see. Smoke Camels and see.
Now we bring you another transcribed adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. A pleasant smile, a cheerful rhyme. We'll keep you from doing time.
Oh.
Hi, Helen.
Hi. Rick, where do you get that cheerful rhyme bit?
You didn't think so?
I didn't think so.
Killjoy.
Why can't you answer the phone like other people do? Just say hello.
You know, I never thought of that.
You should try it sometime. Your prospective clients might think they were dealing with a sane, normal person.
You think it's fair to mislead them?
Oh, Rick. Are you busy?
Silly girl. Busy detectives make money. I just sit at my desk and make conversation with a beautiful redhead.
Well, why don't you leave your desk and come make conversation with said redhead in person?
That's not a bad idea.
I'm all alone.
The idea's getting better.
It's not even noon yet. We can go for a long walk.
Oh.
Well, you don't sound very enthusiastic. What's wrong with taking a walk?
Honey, in my business, I do more leg work than a pair of nylons. Walking just isn't my idea of a ripping good time.
Have you a better suggestion?
You can know me for 5 years and ask questions like that? Oh, now, dear, let's just... skip it. I am not alone.
Client?
Shrimp Martin.
Oh, I don't think I know him.
Well, that's something to be proud of. Call you later, dear. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Diamond.
Never mind shaking hands, Shrimp. I want to keep my cufflinks.
You know me, Rick.
Too well. What brings you here, small man?
Strictly business.
Oh, come off it, Shrimp. You don't have enough to hire a bathtub, let alone a detective.
On the level, Rick. I'm here to make you some dough.
Just a big-hearted guy, huh? Okay, spell it.
You heard of Hank Burton.
I read the papers.
Then you read how Hank lifted 50 G's worth of rocks a few months back.
So?
So they're offering an even grand reward for whoever brings Hank in.
What are you getting at?
Just that even $1,000 is your fee if you'll do the little job.
What?
Hank Burton, he's the one who sent me. He says he'll let you turn him in and collect the grand.
Well, another big-hearted guy. Make yourself clear, Shrimp, and fast.
Burton wants to see you. He wants you to do a legit job for him. He'll pay you for it by letting you turn him in.
Doesn't make sense.
Sure it does. Hank's a sick boy, bad heart condition. If he don't get some hospital care soon, he's a goner. Only as soon as he shows up at the hospital, the cops will nab him. So he might as well give himself up.
And he'll let me be the one to collect the reward for it, huh?
You got it right. That's his way of paying you for the job he wants done.
Just what's the job?
Sorry, says as much as I know. Except the job is strictly on the up and up. The rest you can hear from Hank himself.
Where do I find him?
I take you to him if you're interested in taking the job.
Shrimp, I'm interested in almost anything that involves $1,000. Only if this deal isn't on the level, I'll ram those buck teeth of yours down your throat.
I tell the truth, I swear it.
Don't bother to cross your heart. I doubt you'd be able to find it. Let's go see Burton. I didn't have any faith in Shrimp Martin, but the thought of 1,000 green pieces of paper did wonders for my bankrupt morale. We took my car, and Shrimp directed me to the warehouse section on Front Street. We parked beside a deserted-looking warehouse, and Shrimp led me inside through a rear door.
He should be here by now. Hank!
Over here, Shrimp.
Behind those boxes over there, Diamond.
Well, I heard him.
Hello, Dan.
Hank, Shrimp tells me you have a deal to make.
Yeah, that's right. Shrimp, go outside. See we ain't interrupted.
All right.
Sit on one of them boxes, Diamond. I got a lot to say.
I'll stand.
It's up to you.
You look bad, Hank.
Never mind that. Did Shrimp explain the setup?
All except the job you expect in return for handing you over.
Okay. I want you to find a girl, Diamond, that's all.
That could be enough. Who's the girl?
Her name is Lee Thorpe. You find out where she's located now, and I'll let you turn me in.
Uh-huh. Why is it so important you know where this Lee Thorpe is, Hank?
Because if I have to take the rap on that jewelry heist, she takes it with me.
Keep talking.
I met her about 4 months ago. Felt pretty hard. She seemed to go for me, too. We made plans, big plans. And my ticket went bad. She suggested we go to Mexico where I could be taken care of, but that took dough.
So you pulled the jewelry store robbery?
Yeah. It was her idea. She said she knew of a fence where she could change the rocks in the dough and we'd be out of country within a month.
But the deal fell through, huh?
Yeah. I was spotted during the job. I had to hide out, but I sent her the rocks. She said to give her a week.
I think I can guess what happened.
Ain't hard. When I contacted her a week later, I found out she moved, disappeared. What a sap I was. What a sap.
You were sapped to steal the stones in the first place, Hank.
Okay, no speeches. All I want you to do is locate this dame so the bulls can nab her, too.
Uh-huh. Well, why not go to the police right away, Hank? Tell them the story and let them pick her up.
No, she's smart. As soon as the word gets out, I've been picked up, she'll figure I squeal on her. It'll be hard to find her then.
Won't be so easy now. Any idea where she might be?
If I knew, I'd find her myself. Get the gumshoe, get to work. $1,000 ain't bad pay, you know.
No, it's not bad at all. Only how do I know you'll keep the bargain?
Look at me, will you? I'm a dying man unless I get help. Don't worry, I'll let you turn me in. After you find the girl.
All right, Burton, I'll take a chance. Where do I get in touch with you?
You don't. I'll call you at your office around 6. Work fast, Diamond. Find her as soon as you can.
Yeah, Hank. As soon as I can. Hank Burton was in a bad way, and if he wouldn't give himself up until Lee Thorpe was located, then it was true she'd have to be found quickly. Hank didn't have much time left. We left the warehouse together. He and Shrimp Martin disappeared down Front Street, and I drove back uptown. At the 5th Precinct, I found that Lieutenant Walt Levinson was out to lunch. But in the meantime, the sergeant let me look through the files.
Well, make yourself right at home, Mr. Diamond.
Well, thank you, Lieutenant. I have.
It's a wonder you're not sitting behind my desk. I'm sure you'd be more comfortable.
Well, now, I might just take you up on that when I get tired.
Fine. Maybe you'd even like one of my uniforms to wear.
Now, Walt, let's not carry the joke too far. When I was on the force, I tried to get into one of your uniforms. It looked like Bonnie Prince Charlie in a raccoon coat.
Just when I need after a nice lunch. You around to give me indigestion. What are you looking for, anyway?
I found it. File on the girl named Lee Thorpe.
Thorpe. Yeah, I remember. I used to be married to Davy Thorpe.
Used to be?
Yeah, it's all there in the folder. She split up with Davy, too, maybe 3 years ago when he was sent up.
Davy's still in prison?
Out about a year ago. What do you want this Lee girl for?
Sorry, Walt. Confidential.
Oh, great. I ask a question, you tell me it's confidential, but you think you can walk in here and poke through our files all you please.
Cheer up, Fatty. I'll tell you all about it after I find Lee Thorpe.
Well, now, that's mighty big of you, Mr. Diamond.
Well, think nothing of it, Lieutenant.
I don't. Find anything in the folder?
Not much. She's been picked up on a few minor offenses, that's all. What about Davy, her ex-husband?
Oh, he seems pretty legitimate these days. Running a pool room over on 3rd. Listed in the book as Davy's Billiard Parlor.
That's an original name. Well, I guess I'll go see Davy. Maybe he's seen his ex-wife lately.
Oh, don't rush off, Bright Eyes. Things are so dull around here when you're not poking your nose into our business.
I know, but don't feel bad, Walt. I may be back.
Well, goody gumdrop. I'll have our best cell waiting.
You're such a wonderful host. See you later, Walt. Davy's pool room turned out to be a dingy joint. There were no customers this early in the afternoon, but Davy must not have liked his tables to go to waste. He was playing at a front table all by himself. I walked over to him. Well, nice shot, Davy.
Huh? Oh, you want a game, Mac?
I'd rather talk.
This is a pool room, not a conversation club.
It's about your wife, Davy.
I got no wife.
You did have?
Yeah, I had measles once, too, but that don't mean I'm still scratching.
Have you seen Lee recently?
All depends on how recent you call recently.
Oh, in the last month or so?
Seen her when I first got out, close to a year ago.
She wants to pick up where we left off.
And?
I told her where to get off. You beat these dames. I get sent up out of circulation for a while. She wants to be free. Then I'm out. She wants to get all chummy again.
Well, maybe you know where she might hang around, Davy.
Yeah, maybe. You a cop?
Private. Well?
Well, what? I'm a businessman, pal. I don't shoot off my mouth out of front of it.
Will $10 take the fun out of it?
You don't see me laughing, do you? Put the money on the table.
Okay, there you are.
Much obliged. Yeah, I might know where Lee hangs out. I'm not saying for sure, mind you. Been almost a year since I seen her.
Keep talking.
She always likes bars, lights, people. She used to drag me to a bar all the time.
Any particular bar?
Mm-hmm. The Bluebird Club over on 40th. In fact, that's where I first met her. Oh, excuse me a sec. Hey, take a few shots while I answer that. Hello. Davies Billiard Parlor. Huh? I don't... Oh, yeah, maybe yes. Hold it. Hey, Shamus. Your name Richard Diamond?
That's right.
That's for you. If you want more out of me, I'll be over in the office.
Thanks. Hello?
Whoa, Rick. I took a chance. Figured you'd still be there.
What's up?
Funny, but right after you were here, we got a call about Lee Thorpe. Picked her up right away.
Good boy. I'll be right down. You at the precinct?
I'm at the morgue.
What?
And don't bother to hurry, Rick. This gal won't be going anywhere. Not now.
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment. According to nationwide surveys made by independent fact-finding organizations, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. That fact was brought to light a few years ago when 113,597 doctors were asked this question: what cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. In repeated surveys, doctors in all branches of medicine have been asked the same question. And each time, Camel leads all the rest. Yes, these surveys show that more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Why don't you start smoking the cigarette so many doctors enjoy? Start smoking mild, flavorful Camels tonight.
How mild can a cigarette be? Break the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camel and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
At the city morgue, I looked down on the girl who was once called Lee Thorpe and had now become a number. It wasn't a pretty sight, and I wasn't glad to be seeing it.
Okay, Charlie, thanks. Come on, Rick.
Where did you find her, Walt?
One of the beat men came across her in an alley over by 6th Street.
Find the murder weapon?
No, the knife wasn't around, only the holes it made. Yeah, we can sit down in here. You have some talking to do, Rick. No more of this confidential rigmarole.
Okay, Walt. You ask the questions, and I'll answer as best I can.
Number one, why were you looking for the dame?
Client hired me to find her.
Who's the client?
You know, Walt, this is going to sound screwy.
Cut the build-up. Just make with the answer.
Okay. The client is Hank Burton.
Well, at least we... What? Hank Burton?
That's right. Now, sit down, Fatty, and wipe that shocked expression off your face.
Rick, boy, do you happen to know who Hank Burton is? That we've been after him for 2 months?
I know. And if things had gone as I planned, you'd have had him in the cell by tomorrow. I guess I'd better explain, Walt.
Yeah, I think you'd better. And make it good, Rick. Plenty good.
I told Walt about Burton, about the $1,000 fee, and Burton's illness. He wasn't happy about the whole thing, but at least he now knew as much about the case as I did, which wasn't much for either of us to know.
So Burton figured the gal gave him the double cross, huh?
Yeah, I guess that's it. He wanted me to find her, just so he could turn her in when he gives himself up.
Maybe and maybe not.
Maybe he found her before you did. Maybe he's the one who put those knife wounds in her back.
I doubt it, Walt. If he'd had any idea where she was, he wouldn't have bothered to hire me.
Then why was she killed?
Well, she must have known where $50,000 worth of jewelry was. Good enough reason?
Yeah. Well, what now? You think Burton's still turning himself in after he hears the girl's dead?
I think so. He's pretty sick. Hasn't got a chance on his own.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm going back over the neighborhood where we found the girl's body. We figure she lived around there. Maybe we can find out where. It's a start, anyway.
Good. I'll wait for Hank Burton to contact me.
Okay. And, Rick, if you turn up anything, let me in on it this time, huh?
I waited until 6 o'clock at my office, and then Burton called. I didn't tell him about the girl over the phone. Instead, I made a date to meet him an hour later on the Christopher Street ferry. The ferry was in when I arrived at the slip, so I went aboard. I agreed to meet Burton on the lower level port side. I went there, sat down on one of the benches. But 5 minutes later, the ferry pulled out, and there was still no sign of Hank Burton.
Simon?
Huh?
It's me, Shrimp.
Oh, that's quite a professional way you have of sneaking up on people, friend.
Yeah. Enjoy the ride, Diamond. We go over to Jersey, then we come back. And then we get off.
Where's Burton?
He couldn't make it. I want you to meet him back at the warehouse we met in this morning.
Oh, great. Why didn't you get here before we pulled out?
I tried. Not as fast as I used to be.
Uh-huh. Now, tell me, Shrimp, just why couldn't Hank make it here? It's as safe as that warehouse.
Oh, well, he's sick. He's feeling bad. He felt bad all day.
Oh, it didn't sound so bad when I talked to him on the phone.
But he was sick. He was. Real pain. He could never make it down here. Let's enjoy the ride, huh?
Let's talk some more first. If Burton knew he was too sick to meet me here, why did he suggest it in the first place?
How should I know? Hank says we come to the warehouse, we go to the warehouse. Don't ask him any questions.
Oh, I just have an inquisitive nature. I like answers, Shrimp.
Okay. How's this for an answer?
Wow. Little man with a big gun.
That's right. And the gun says we go to the warehouse. Now settle back and enjoy the ride.
It was the most uncomfortable boat ride I'd taken in years. Shrimp put the gun back in his pocket, but kept it pointed toward me. The ferry finally returned to the New York side, and we got off. Then we drove back to Front Street and parked beside the warehouse.
Okay, Diamond, in the back door.
Well, stop waving the gun back and forth, Shrimp. You'll wear yourself out.
No cracks. Go on, open the door.
Where's Burton?
Same place, over behind those boxes. Move.
I still don't get it, Shrimp. Why wouldn't Hank come to the ferry, and why the artillery to make sure I came here?
That's far enough. I'll light this candle, Diamond. Maybe you'll get your answer then.
Well, that's better. At least I... Uh-oh.
See what I mean, Shamus?
Yeah, Shrimp. I see what you mean. Hank Burton wasn't bothered by his heart anymore. He lay there on the floor with a stupid expression on his face that the sudden dead often wear. His eyes were open in a bewildered stare, and his teeth were clenched tight. Hank Burton had died quickly, without warning, and it looked like I was next in line.
Surprised, Diamond?
You didn't bring me here for a reaction, Shrimp.
Uh-huh. I just get a kick out of seeing your face.
Yeah. Good old Shrimp, the loyal friend. Hank trusted you. Ah, that was a big mistake.
Hank was a sap. I stuck with him because I thought he'd get his hands on them rocks again. Then I'd get a split.
Only Hank didn't want the stuff back, huh? He was going to let me turn him in, and that left you out in the cold.
You got it right. When I knew he was sicking you onto the dame, I went to the guy who really has the stones.
Yeah, I figured there was someone else in this. You're not brave enough to try something like murder alone.
He does very well at a time, believe me.
Well, Pool Hall Thorpe, little Davy. You're a long way from your pool room, pal.
There's more profitable things than pool rooms, Diamond.
So it would seem. Like handling stolen jewelry.
Uh-huh. You sure no one followed you, Shrimp?
Positive.
Good. I'm sorry about this, Diamond, but you'll have to join Hank before long.
Yeah, I'll bet you're sorry. You were sorry when you killed your ex-wife, too, huh? Real sweet guy. She brings you the stones and you pay her back with a knife.
Well, what can I do? Shrimp tells me there's a detective looking for her. Well, he was a good kid, but she didn't have much nerve. She'd have talked her head off if you'd found her.
Oh, I see. But why Hank and now me?
Well, look at it this way. We finish you with the same knife that killed Lee. Then we put the knife in Hank's hand and the gun that killed him in yours.
Oh, that's really great. Davy, I'm afraid you've been reading Pulp Fiction.
So the cops get wise sooner or later. It'll still give us time to get far away. Shrimp, you got the knife?
Right here, Davy.
Okay. We stall long enough, Shrimp.
By candlelight yet, huh, fellas? Well, this is real romantic.
Yeah, ain't it, though?
Only not quite enough. It's even more romantic with a candle out. Shrimp! He's taking a little nap, Davy, and I've got his gun. What? It's too bad, Davy. You should have stuck to your pool room. Okay, Shrimp, get to your feet.
Diamond.
Oh, shut up. Come on.
Oh, my head.
Shrimp, I made you a promise this morning.
What?
I said either this deal with Hank was on the level or your buck teeth were going down your throat.
Oh, no, look, Diamond.
Oh, shut up. Now, you know the old saying, Shrimp. See your dentist twice a year?
Huh?
Well, you won't have to worry about that now, friend. Yes, Helen, dear?
It's nice outside.
If you're wearing a fur coat, it is.
Oh, it's not really cold. Besides, you have a heavy coat.
Helen, are you hinting that I should leave?
Uh-huh. With me. I'd still like to go for that walk.
Oh, no.
Well, why not? The only time I see you is after a case, and you just drop in, seat yourself at the piano, and take it easy.
But, honey, I'm tired.
Well, I'm not. I've been in all day, and I could use the exercise.
Exercise, you want, huh? No, I got a good idea. I'll chase you around the piano.
It's your idea of exercise, huh?
No, but just think of the fun we could have after I caught you.
Oh, Rick, I'm serious. Just look out that window. Oh, stop shivering. Look at that moonlight. Isn't it romantic?
What chances to give the Dodgers this year?
A long walk. Just you and me.
And the Giants. Now, there's a hot ball team.
Maybe over to Central Park.
And the Arkansas Aggies. Oh, they'll be fighting all the way.
Hand in hand. Arkansas Aggies.
Yeah, my old home team.
Richard Diamond, you are the most unromantic man in town.
Helen, how can you say that? Don't I build a nice fire in the fireplace?
I could get a Boy Scout to do that.
Here we are, a fire, lights down low, a nice romantic song. And your idea of romance is a walk.
Well, after all, Hey, where did that nice romantic song come in?
Right about now.
Well, couldn't you sing while we walk?
Oh, sorry, honey. Throw another log on the fire. Keep my golden memories aglow. I don't see the face of my loved one when the logs are burning low. Throw another log on the fire. Bring back all the sweetest days our hearts were young in the springtime, and her love was mine alone. Now there's nothing left but the embers. Springtime seems so long ago. Throw another log on the fire. Keep my golden memories aglow.
That was very nice. But I still didn't like it.
That's a brilliant statement.
I still want to go for a walk.
Millions of girls in New York, and I had to pick a nature lover.
Dick Powell will return in just a moment. Camel leads all other brands in popularity by billions of cigarettes per year. Yes, more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette. And among them are many people whose throats are important to their careers. For instance, our own Dick Powell. Dick, why do you smoke Camels?
Well, I smoke Camels regularly because I like their taste. They're mild and they agree with my throat. That's mighty important when you use your voice as much as I do.
Friends, why don't you find out how well Camels will agree with your throat?
How mild can a cigarette be? Take the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camel and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Camels have now sent more than 200 million Camel cigarettes to servicemen and veterans. This week, as every week, gift Camels are being sent to hospitalized veterans. They're on their way to Veterans Hospitals, Phoenix, Arizona, and Des Moines, Iowa. U.S. Army Station Hospital, Fort Benning, Georgia. U.S. Naval Hospital Ship Haven. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Dick Carr with music by Frank Worth. Virginia Gregg was heard as Helen Asher and Alan Reed as Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Others in the cast were Junius Matthews, Tony Barrett, and Ted DeCorsia. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. Be sure to listen to another great Camel show. Vaughn Monroe and the Camel Caravan every Saturday night.
Men, pack your pipe with the National Joy Smoke, Prince Albert. PA, you know, is the pipe tobacco that's specially treated to insure against tongue bite. Listen.
The bite is out and the pleasure's in when you smoke Prince Albert. It's specially treated not to bite your tongue. The bite is out and the pleasure's in.
And now there's more tobacco in the pocket tin. Get PA.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Listen, you phone down to the drugstore and tell them to send up 3 gallons of black coffee.
Who is this? Are you sure you have the right number?
I'm sure I've got the right number, but I'm not so sure who I am.
Oh, Sam, it's you. You must have had a frog in your throat. Did you oversleep?
Effie, don't say things like that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Oh, you poor dear. You've been working. You're tired, that's it.
Tired? I've only just brought Lazarus back from the dead.
Well, then you better get some rest, Sam. You can dictate your report tomorrow.
That's what you think. Now, stay where you are. If I'm asleep when I get there, wake me up. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the Lazarus Caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Next time you buy hair tonic, be sure you buy Wild Root Cream Oil. For you see, Wild Root Cream Oil gives you these advantages. It grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. Wild Root Cream Oil is non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin, so much like the natural oil of your skin. Yes, friends, next time you buy hair tonic, look for that famous name, Wild Root. Get Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie!
Yes, Sam, in your private office.
Yeah, private, she says. I'd like to know what's private about it.
I have everything ready for you, Sam.
What's this?
Ovaltine, to relax.
I don't want to relax. I don't dare.
Oh, there you go again, Sam. Going on nerves. How long do you think you can keep it off?
With your help, I'll be in a coma inside 3 minutes.
Thank you, Sam. Now, you just lie down here on the couch and I'll take your shoes off.
Now, look,
And I can take dictation while you relax.
Nuts. Where's that black coffee?
Sam, you're angry with me. Your eyes. Please don't glare at me like that, Sam. I can't bear it when you...
I am not glaring. I'm trying to keep them open. Now, sit down. I got to keep moving around. Moving around.
Ride yourself like this, Sam.
Please, Effie, please. Date, fill it in.
It's your life. Go on. Burn yourself at both ends.
Let's see. A.J. Tatspaw, claims manager, All Risk Insurance Company, Tide Building, San Francisco. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Dear Sir, the following is an accounting of my services to your company in connection with a claim of Emma R. Lazarus on the life of the assured Timothy R. Lazarus. The latter called at my office yesterday at approximately 11:30 a.m. He was tall, bald, gray-faced, and dusty. He looked as if he'd been buried and dug up several times.
This may sound like a poor sort of jest, Mr. Spade, but my name is Lazarus, and I want you to bring me back from the dead.
Well, sounds interesting. Why did you die? When did you die? And how did you die?
I was declared dead by the appellate court of the state of California August 28th last year by reason of 7 years' absence.
Who took it to court?
My wife, Emma.
Insurance?
Yes. My wife and I agreed between ourselves to insure my life in the amount of $100,000 that she would collect on legal presumption of death after my disappearance and continued absence for 7 years. That's the law, Mr. Spade.
Yeah, it's been tried a lot of times. What went wrong in your case? Wife double-cross you?
If that's your attitude, I'm afraid I've come to the wrong man.
Uh-huh. You're still in love with her. Well, that makes it tough. You know they'll nail her for perjury if you prove you're still alive?
That's why I didn't go to the police. Even though we'd planned the deception together, she had reason to believe that I was actually dead.
Suppose you cover the whole thing from the beginning, Mr. Lazarus.
Yes. I married her back in 1940. And for a while we were happy. And then she became arrested.
You mean you were not able to support her in the manner to which she was accustomed? She was young, lovely, you wanted her to have nice things, but on your meager salary, it was impossible.
Oh, I know, it's an old story, but life is like that.
Well, you said it.
Yeah, well, there you are. I was assistant cashier at the Golden Gate Bank.
Oh, no, not that.
I started taking small sums at first, meaning to repay them later on.
Let's not go through the whole script. How much did you embezzle?
$20,000.
Yeah, so you decided to take it on the lam before the auditors came in, and...
I was going to give myself up, but Emma wouldn't let me. We made our plans that night, and I left for Mexico the following day. In Mexico City, I had plastic surgery done on my face, and then I settled down to wait for 7 long years until I would be declared legally dead. I suppose you might call it poetic justice, but just before the end of the 7th year, I contracted malaria. I was confined to a hospital for more than 11 months.
You have had it.
Oh, the doctors gave me up for dead and asked me to notify my next of kin. I gave them Emma's address. I never notified her to the contrary because it seemed to fit in so well with our plan.
Too well, huh?
Yes. I'd been to see her, and she refuses to believe that I am her husband. Oh, of course, my appearance is very much altered, but there must be some way to prove my identity.
You worked in a bank. They must have taken your fingerprints.
I removed them from the files and destroyed them.
How are your teeth?
My teeth?
Teeth. Who was your dentist here in town?
Dr. Smith, the great professional building.
He'll still have your dental x-rays on file. They're as good as fingerprints. You go there this afternoon. Don't give your name. Tell them you're Mark Humboldt. Have a new set of x-rays taken, and I'll do the rest. What's your wife doing these days?
Why, Emma's married again.
Who's the sucker?
Pardon me?
The man.
Oh, he's a doctor. Dr. Ernst Wilhelm.
Wilhelm?
He's quite well known, I believe.
Yeah, and the cops would like to know more. Now, about my fee.
Mr. Spade, I have no money.
Oh, that's great. You have no money, and all you want is to hire a man to bring you back from the dead. And the more I succeed, the less chance I'll have of collecting.
If I might make a suggestion, Mr. Spade, I don't know the ethics, but perhaps the insurance company? You would be doing them a great service.
I think you're going to live, Mr. Lazarus. They can't keep a good man down. I'll collect from them. I knew there wasn't a chance in 100,000 of shaking a fee out of your company. After all, you have your own investigators in the payroll, and contract work isn't deductible under the new tax law, but something about Lazarus had gotten to me. Something else about him got to me at the Blue Bottle Bar and Grill where I stopped for lunch.
Mr. Spade?
Yes, indeedy.
I'm Emma Wilhelm, Mr. Spade.
Emma Lazarus Wilhelm?
I see you do know who I am. May I sit down?
Slide in, Mrs. Wilhelm.
Thank you. I'm glad to know you have a sense of humor, Mr. Spade. It's about that man, of course. Surely you didn't believe a word of his story.
Which word?
Oh, I'll admit there are slight traces of the truth in his raving. My first husband, Timothy Lazarus, was an embezzler. He did disappear, and it's quite true that I have collected the insurance on his life. I might even believe that Tim is still alive. But that man is not he.
Then what are you so upset about?
Oh, it's perfectly obvious what he wants. He's an extortionist.
You're wrong. He doesn't want money, Mrs. Wilhelm. He wants you.
Oh. Mr. Spade, how much do you know about my husband?
Which one?
Don't be flippant.
Dr. Ernest Wilhelm. He made his first million panning lead nuggets out of gang war casualties and lost it on the stock market. He cut his second million out of Nob Hill and called it surgery. He lost that on horses, blondes, and malpractice suits. The last time he was mentioned in the paper, there was a big picture of him pumping sleeping pills out of the stomach of an aging burlesque queen. It may or may not have been coincidence that she did not recover, and that she was the ex-girlfriend of one of our better-known racetrack haberdashers, and if he got $100 for the job, he was paid off in booze.
Please don't say any more. That poor girl. And she'll do the same thing to me.
Well,
if you persist in helping that imposter, you'll be responsible for whatever happens to me or anyone else you involve.
Anything else I should know?
Yes. Both you and your client are being watched and followed. You can't escape him. He's not quite the has-been you'd like to think he is.
After she had gone, I scraped the tears off my butter, finished my lunch, washed my hands with a nationally advertised soap, and mushed over to the Drake Professional Building. I found my client's dentist in his lab polishing up a set of gold inlays.
Humboldt? Yes, his x-rays have come through. Only set today. They're on the clamp there. Don't touch them, they're not dry.
Oh, sorry.
What's your interest? Police identification?
You guessed it.
Always happy to cooperate.
Thanks. How about digging in your files for the x-rays on a patient named Lazarus?
Oh, yes, be glad to, of course. Well, let's see now. Lary, Lavelle, Lawrence, Lawson, Gluskin. That's a G. What's that doing here? Ah, Lazarus. Timothy R. Is that your name?
That's the name.
Dear me, April 1940. Should have been in for dental hygiene. Have to remind Miss Baker. That's my nurse.
These pictures, how do they compare with this new set?
Well, let's have a look. Switch on the light there, will you please? Let's
see. Malocclusion, impacted ped motor. Erosion inlay. Yes, it's very interesting.
You mean they're the same in both sets of pictures?
Oh, dear, no.
A man's mouth could change a lot in 7 years, couldn't it?
Yes, especially with dental neglect, but that would never cause a man to grow new teeth.
Oh, well.
You see here, Humboldt has one more lower incisor and 2 more molars than Lazarus. And the whole character of the mouth is different. Now, these 2 men would not look even faintly alike.
Well, could there have been some mistake in filing?
Oh, dear, no. Miss Baker's been with me for 10 years. Never made a mistake yet.
Mm-hmm. Could I talk to her?
Not in today. Been out since Tuesday. It's cold. Oh, say, by the way, you're a detective. How's this for a mystery? She phoned me this morning and thanked me for sending a doctor around to examine her. Now, this is the peculiar part. I have no recollection of having done so, and I'm not acquainted with the doctor she said I sent her.
That wouldn't be a Dr. Ernst Wilhelm.
Why, yes. Wilhelm. That was the name.
Do me another favor, will you? Call a doctor you do know and tell him to get over there as fast as he can. Come on, open up.
Get your shirt on. I will come in as fast as I can. What you want, kiddo?
What's in Miss Baker's room?
She's sick. Ain't having no callers.
I'm her doctor.
Oh, you can't fool me. Where's your little black bag?
If I had one, it would be around your neck. Now, march. Show me the way.
You can't force me. I know my rights.
Oh, you do you? Well, it might interest you, know that your vents are faulty, your wiring is illegal, your drains are unsanitary, and your apron is dirty.
Them's rust things. I'm needing repairs.
You're as neat as a mud pie. Now get going before I have the Board of Health down on you.
All right, but you can't make me climb them stairs.
Come on.
That's sciatica I have. Here's the key.
Okay.
First door to the right. Whatever the key, God, I hope you catch it.
Thank you, Elsa Maxwell. She was stretched out on the bed, her left arm twisted under her and her right dangling over the edge. On the floor beneath it was an empty pill bottle. A few red capsules were scattered near it, and some more were spilled out among the bedclothes. It was a standard sleeping pill suicide scene, but I didn't believe it. The body was still warm, but no pulse. I didn't waste time getting her the mirror test. Instead, I looked around for a phone. It was on a table near a window. I meant to dial the police number, set her 12020, but SU was as far as I got. Felt like a bee sting or a quick jab with a needle. I spun around and strung out blindly. The face that I missed was suntanned under a shock of iron gray hair. He was wearing the same white-toothed grin that Dr. Ernst Wilhelm always wore for newspaper photographers. I started towards him, and he backed away, still grinning.
Come ahead, Spade. Come and get me, but hurry. You have only 20 seconds more. Shall I count them off? So far, you have 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9.
The floor kept dropping a foot at a time as I walked toward him. But every time I got to the bottom of the incline, it tilted up the other way, and I slipped back. He kept dropping out of sight, and every time I got him back into my line of vision, he was farther away. The walls of the room opened out and disappeared into some clouds. The ceiling spun around faster and faster until it whirled away like one of those flying discs. Then the floor turned into gelatin, and I sank in it.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Lazarus Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
The dream lasted about 300 years. Around Christmas time in the year 2247, another bee stung me. I opened my eyes, but the lights on the tree were too bright, and Santa Claus was bending over me with a brandy breath.
Come on, man. Come on. Little willpower. You're conscious. That's it. Sensation returning. Here, try and sit up.
There's a girl. How about her?
Too late. Did everything I could. Suicide pact?
Well, one of your brothers in Apollo was a little too handy with a needle. Here's the mark on my arm, and you'll find one on that stiff. Those sleeping capsules were a plant to make it look like suicide.
You'll be feeling better soon. Now, come along. Up on your feet. Must keep moving. Restore circulation. Hip.
There. Thanks. You the man Dr. Smith called?
Yes. So you're a private detective. How do you feel now?
I'm still dopey. You give me something to pick me up?
I've given you as much stimulant as it's safe to administer. For the rest, you'll have to sleep it off. And you will. I advise you to hurry home. Get into bed before this wears off.
How long have I got?
Couple of hours if you keep moving, maybe 3.
Yeah.
But if I were you, I wouldn't stay out. Don't want to fall asleep in the middle of Market Street, get run over by a bus.
Worst things can happen to you in your own bed. Look at her.
Murder? Think you can prove it?
I don't know.
I couldn't. Not on her. And I've been an autopsy surgeon for 20 years.
Well, cheer up, Doctor. If you miss on her, you may get a second chance.
Huh?
Yeah, me.
Those eyes are looking better. I think you'll live.
I wasn't so sure. Unless I could nail Wilhelm before my 3 hours is up, as a safe bet he'd nail me again with that needle. He had done me one favor. He'd convinced me that my client was really the man he claimed to be and that Wilhelm and Emma knew it. My best hope of smoking him out was to dig out some solid proof. I spent 10 minutes of my 3 hours getting to the Hall of Records and 10 more finding out there was nothing there on Lazarus but his death certificate. I had a gander at the wanted file at police headquarters. They'd checked him out in August of 47 when the court had pronounced him dead. I looked at my watch. With 2 hours and 17 minutes of wakefulness left, I just didn't have time. I stopped by Lazarus' hotel, got a set of his fingerprints and several samples of his signature, took them to a penman I know down on the Mission, and between us we forged the most amazing set of documents ever assembled on one man. All dated, notarized, certified, witnessed, registered. One even bore the great seal of the state of California and the signature of the governor. I squeezed them all into a large briefcase, propped my eyes open with toothpicks while I drank half a gallon of black coffee, then phoned Dr. Wilhelm's night number. I told him I was one of Russian Leo's boys, and a cop had just winged me on the lam from a jewelry store job. He agreed to meet me at his office. Hello, Wilhelm.
Yes?
Is that all you got to say to the guy you knocked off an hour ago?
I'm afraid I don't quite follow. Who are you?
Look, I know that you know, and you know that I know. They even wrote a song about it. So let's get off the dime and don't reach for a needle. This gun is bigger and it shoots farther.
Well, I can see you mean business. What do you want?
First, I want to show you a few things. Here, take a look.
Well, this is very impressive.
Yeah, I thought you'd be impressed. You, need any more proof that Lazarus is Lazarus?
What's the matter, Spade? Getting sleepy?
Don't get your hopes up. I can squeeze this trigger in my sleep.
Are these papers for sale?
Why do you think I brought them to you?
What's the price?
Half the take on Lazarus' insurance.
That's very high.
I haven't finished. This time, Lazarus has got to be really dead, and you're going to do the job. Come on, stop stalling.
I can't do that.
Why not?
Why, Emma, she'll make trouble. She said she would.
She's still in love with him?
Why do you say that?
I just wondered. What reason did she give you for not wanting him knocked off?
Well, the cops work harder at identifying a dead man than they do a live derelict that looks and talks like a crank.
I had the same idea myself.
Then you're stupid. With him dead, she can tell any story she wants to. With him alive and all this proof of identity, he's in a position to nail both of you for fraud, conspiracy, perjury. Shall I go on?
One thing. Does Emma know about these papers?
Sure.
You're lying.
Sure I'm lying. And those documents are forgeries if that's the way you want it. I haven't got time to argue. I can't stay awake much longer, and you can't bring it off without me. I'll have Lazarus at my apartment in 30 minutes. Bring your needle and the $50,000.
All right, Spade. I'll be there.
I made 2 phone calls on my way to pick up Lazarus, one to Emma and one to Lieutenant Erlinger of Homicide. Dundee was asleep. The lieutenant and Sergeant Fullhouse were perched on the fire escape outside my window, and Emma was waiting in the living room when we got there.
Jim. Oh, my poor darling.
Emma, do you recognize me?
Of course, darling, from the beginning. But I didn't dare speak out in front of Vance.
I know. Mr. Spade told me.
Now, listen to me, you two. You're sure you can go through with this?
Oh, are you sure there's no danger?
That's him now. Come on, Lazarus. Get in the bedroom there. Now, do what I told you.
Don't worry, Emma.
Oh, I'm so frightened.
Quiet.
Hello, Spade. I got here just at... Emma, what are you doing here?
Mr. Spade told me. I agreed. It's the only thing to do. I wanted you to know that.
Well, I'm glad to see that you've come to your senses for a while there. You see, you were wrong, Spade.
Did you bring the stuff?
Here's your money. I have a hypodermic in the case here, and it's already loaded. We won't need a sterile needle. Where is he?
In there on the bed. He was asleep a minute ago. The grogginess that had kept coming back over me in waves for the last 2 hours swirled over me again as Wilhelm leaned over the bed where Lazarus lay, stretched out with his eyes closed. For a split second, I blanked out, and I was afraid it had already happened. But then I saw Wilhelm's hand coming down in an oblique angle toward Lazarus's forearm. Then my vision blurred again, and my arms felt too heavy to lift. It was Emma's scream that jolted me back. I clawed out blindly.
Let go of it. You get it in your own arm. Let go. Why, you double-crossing...
Now, here's a little sleeping medicine for you. Okay, boys. Come and get him.
Good boy, Sam. Good boy. We won't forget this.
Yeah, a likely story.
Get that broken glass, Bullhouse. Put it in the Dixie cup. Now, handle it careful. One analyze that medicine.
You okay?
Who are these people, Sam? Accomplices?
Yeah, but not the homicide.
What about Ernst? They won't let him go free, will they?
Don't worry. He's out of circulation for good.
Mr. Spade.
Yeah, Lazarus.
I don't know how to thank you.
Yes. You don't know what this means to us.
Yes, I do. It probably means another long separation. The state prisons aren't co-ed. But if you insist on being alive, you have to take life as it comes. Period. End of bedtime story.
Oh, Sam, it's so sad. That poor couple, so much in love. But you had to do your duty, didn't you, Sam? They had to pay their debt to society, of course. That's why you had to be so hard and unrelenting and not give in to your better nature.
That's right. That's right. Never give in to the ship. Don't tread on me. There was Hobson's... where was it that Hobson... you may fire when ready.
You know best, Sam. Let us go type this up.
And now, listen to this. A good friend of the family. That's Wildroot Cream Oil Hair Tonic, folks. Wildroot Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. Now, get Wildroot Cream Oil at your drug or toilet goods counter in a new 25-cent Get Acquainted bottle. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wildroot Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
apron's dirty.
Sam, I'm not wearing an apron.
Then why don't you let me sleep?
Sam, you've got to wake up. Your coffee's here.
And tell them I'm in conference.
No, Sam, no. The black coffee. You said to order 3 blondes.
What?
I couldn't carry it all. I'll make another trip. 24 cardboard containers. You'll have to drink it up fast now. They're leaking already.
Abandon ship, all ye who enter here.
Oh, Sam, what am I going to do with it?
Open the restaurant. Good night.
Oh, good night, Sam.
Number 3 turret, open fire.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lurene Tuttle is Effie. Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Rene Garrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keep on all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.